Everyone can take their seats, settle in. Good. I appreciate the comfortable couch over there, but as you'd like, you can also make your way here when you're ready. Thank you. So this is our first ever Upbuild mantra meditation retreat. We have the privilege of being guided by Sacinandana Swami, who is amazing to see chanting mantras and going very deep into this sacred practice that is the driving force for our personal spiritual lives and the inspiration behind Upbuild. Everything that I know about mantra meditation, I've learned from him. So it's really a wonderful, wonderful thing that we get to have him and that you've come out for this purpose to shift into habits that will benefit you tremendously. I have utmost confidence at the transformative power of this practice. And the more we are attuned to the opportunity here, the more we will take away from it. So let us also come in with an intention that we want to change something about our habits and integrate mantra meditation into our lives in a substantial way, or in a more substantial way. Some of you are already practitioners, which is very wonderful, and there will be a lot for you to gain here as well. And if you have no practice whatsoever, perfect. You've come to the right place. So the way the day will go is we're going from 10 to 6. It's a full day. We will have one lunch break at about 1:30 for an hour, so we can be a bit leisurely and connect in that time. There will be also sporadic breaks, roughly every 90 minutes. We'll have a short break, and you can just stretch, use the restroom, do anything that you need. There's water here for you. And so there will be a total of 4 sessions within this day. There will be 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon after lunch. And then we'll wrap up at 6. And there's also an opportunity to connect a little bit more with Sacinandana Swami right after we close, before we all head out. Does that sound good? Excellent, excellent. Well, I'm very excited, and I'm so happy to now hand it over to Sacinandana Swami, who will take over for the rest of the day. I think that, oh yes, you have.
I wish you. Yes. Thank you. I wish you all a very good morning. And I thought what we should do is to just do a simple energizing exercise that will help us to enter this workshop or this session with a good energy. So it's something simple. Also, elderly people can take part. When I was, oh, how kind of you. Thank you so much. This is can I, Brahma, you are there. Can you perhaps find something to put it in so that it will be with us the whole day? So, a little while ago, I gave a very short mantra introduction in one castle in Germany. We had, this was a group of scientists, the natural sciences, physics, and even one from the electro thing. And I told them that with meditation and in general, mantra meditation in specific, we are really entering an area that was discovered in our Western world, but in my mind, it was mostly explored when people were in difficulty. It's the science of psychology and especially the silent co-driver of our existence, our subconscious mind, from which all our directions, or most of the directions, come, which we take in our lives. You know, maybe you sometimes ask yourself, why am I in this mood now? From where does this come? Or from where does this idea or inspiration come? The subconscious mind is really taking on the major part of our existence, but we really consciously utilize only, I don't know, 5% of our abilities. That is our conscious mind. So when we enter into subjects like mantra, like meditation, we are leaving really this small layer of reality that is defined by modern civilization, and we go into the much vaster area of things that we are unconscious of, especially our spirituality and our spiritual soul. I mean, if I asked any one of you, who are you as the self? What is that like? And so on. You would say, I mostly operate from the platform of mind and ego, really. So it must be clear to all of us that we are going to take a deep dive, and that cannot be done responsibly without preparation. So get ready for your Bastika pranayam. Please rise. Do we have the other wireless, please? Yes. So, I thank you. My God, we are so technically equipped here. So, let me see. We might have to make a little distance. You might spread out in the room because we will use our hands and so on. Okay, yes. So please, feet hip wide apart. Try to put a very good, this is like an American cowboy. You have to bring your feet a little bit more together. More hip wide. So it's this, right? No? Yeah. Otherwise, you will fly out of the window. No, I'm joking. Are you fine? Yes. If you could please do me a favor to just arrive a little in the present moment. Bring your body into an upright position. Start from the feet, move up to your knees. Go to your hip bones. You want to really sit straight, and from there, straighten your body up as if you are perhaps pulled by a rope and moving up. Loosen your shoulders and arrive in the present moment by using a monosyllable mantra. I will chant it once alone, and then we will chant it 3 times together with nice deep inhalations. We have aired out the room very nicely. There should be good New York's oxygenated air. Good. So, deep inhale. Deep inhale. Excellent. A deep inhale, please. We will start with a very simple active kriya, or kriya means like an activity in yoga, where we will move our hands on an inhale up. Perhaps I should stand like this. Inhale, 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 and an energetic exhale. We will do this all together. You will see it's very nice. Breathe through the nose, through the nose. All in and exhalation through the nose. Through the nose, please. Inhale and exhale through the nose, yes. Yeah, some of you are groaning as if you're fighting with a dragon, but it should be not so strenuous. You Americans a lot of effort is in your life. Yes, good. Now, as you do these somewhat forced exhales, let go of tension. There are studies done which says this simple thing puts so much oxygen into the body that illnesses like cancer disappear. I was surprised. In Korea, I heard they do this 1 hour a day in the morning in the parks. It's a yoga exercise called Bastrika Pranayama. It should be a relaxing exercise, but you will see the energy level changing. I could do this the whole day. We will do now 5 more. 4, 3, 2, 1, and the last. Good. Please take your seat again. And as you sit down, please get ready again to chant this monosyllable mantra Ram. Please sit down again. I will do it one time alone and then we do it 3 times together. A very deep inhale. Last time, please. Good morning once again. The great discovery, I will have 2 great discoveries. The first I already gave away yesterday was that in spiritual life we are convinced that first we should get the inside right, then the outside will follow easily and effortlessly. As you know, our material civilization believes in the opposite. Be successful in the outside, in the visible things. Improve your Instagram and your Facebook identity. No? Swim with the dolphins in the Black Sea. I did this, by the way. I swam with the dolphins. Get a perfectly ABC furnished home. We have the shop right in front of us. No? And a circle of notable friends with whom you can brag at a party. And then when you have all these parameters, then you will be happy. And if you're not happy, it must be because you are still missing that new Apple Watch, and so on. But profit, position, prosperity, power, popularity, and all kinds of privileges are not really an access to where happiness really starts. It starts in the mind. And it also goes when the mind becomes disturbed. Maybe the mind has become one of the biggest talking points in modern medicine, the medicine of the 21st century, because it has been seen again and again that people with a good mind, a peaceful mind, a calm mind, are content and happy, but those who are agitating their mind with newer forms of distraction and engagement are often stressed out and full of anxiety. I have for you a very ancient story from Bengal, which makes sure how the mind is not only the source of happiness and distress, but even of health. There was once a man who came on sacred pilgrimage from central India to take his bath in the Ganga. in the Ganga Delta, I believe. And he had walked for months or so, with high aspirations, and then finally he saw Mother Ganga, the river of the gods, and went inside to take his bath. Now, when you take a bath in the Ganga, traditionally you will cup your hands like this, as tight as possible, the fingers, and then you will scoop water from the Ganga and offer it 3 times in 3 circles back to Mother Ganga. And when you have done this 3 times, you take the Ganga water, you don't offer it to Mother Ganga, but you drink it. This is the way to take your bath in the Ganga, if you want to do it in a traditional way. So our man, when he took his sip, as he was drinking the water, suddenly, unexpectedly, saw a tadpole, and he swallowed the tadpole. Do you all know what is a tadpole? A young frog, no? They are round like this. They have a tail and 2 small underdeveloped hands, and then a tail. They move the tail, and that's how they move forward. Yes, no, tadpole, good. If we, Brahma, you have not seen, you can look up in Google. There will be a picture of a tadpole. No. So this was a big problem. He was a lifelong vegetarian. He had gone on sacred pilgrimage to elevate his life, and now he had become a meat eater, a non-veg person in the midst of the Ganga, the holiest river of the time. When he came out, he was finished. He stumbled on the shore, fell in the sand, and wailed. And the villagers came. What is wrong? This is such a nice pilgrimage place. Oh, no, I'm very wrong. I have become a meat eater in the Ganga. So the villagers told him, what have you eaten? a tadpole. Tadpole, undeveloped frog who has just come from the egg. No? Said the villager, we have relieving news. There are no frogs in the Ganga. It is flowing too swiftly. And also they don't lay their eggs in the Ganga. They would die. You can find these frogs and also tadpoles only in the pukurs. Pukurs means little ponds, not in the flowing Ganga. It's an illusion. It must have been something else what you saw but for sure, no tadpole. No, it was a tadpole. So he was wasting his life away. He was becoming very ill, very desperate, very, and also physically, I said it already, weak and weaker and weaker. The villagers tried to help, they tried to convince him, but it was not possible. Then they went to the local sadhu, the saintly person, and said, here's a man dying because of a tadpole in his mind. He imagines he has drunken a tadpole. The sadhu said, okay, bring me a tadpole from the nearby pond. And the villagers got the tadpole. It's in here, by the way. Yes, it's there. So then he went to our man, the pilgrim, and said, "Be intelligent. The tadpole might still live. Vomit. Maybe it's just there." So the man, what a good suggestion. It came. No detail is required here. It's more morning time. And as the liquid came out of him, the saint, with a flick of his hand, threw the tadpole into the vomit. He said, here, it's still alive. Problem solved. Now take the tadpole and bring it to the nearby pond. Don't put it in the Ganga because there cannot be tadpoles in the Ganga. It's too swift. The man was just so happy. These sadhus are something else. He took the tadpole, no details required, and brought it to the nearby pond and instantly became healthy. By the way, there are no tadpoles in the Ganga. But there was a tadpole in his mind. Are we not all the same? We have things in our mind, concepts in our mind that we have adopted that begin to form the narrative of our life, the story of our life that we act out in real time and real places. We all have not only one tadpole, but a swarm of tadpoles in our mind. And sometimes those who know coaching, like Rasanad, Hari Prasad, Michael, Vipin, Tsipi, and perhaps we have other coaches amongst us, they know if they can remove the troubling concepts which people hold on to, despite so many good reasons, if they can help people not to get rid of these concepts, they have helped people. People can become healthy, people can find their real true life, people can rise, they can go the staircase of spiritual evolution. Everything is a matter of taking the wrong concepts, the limiting concepts out of the mind, and then putting instead good things there. Yes? How do you like my story? It is telling. No? Could you apply the story to the human condition, Radha Bhakti? How often we have something, some troubling thought. We do not like this person, we do not like that person. Or we must absolutely have a Tesla car and not the old model, the new model. And we work for these tadpoles that are in our mind. And meditation, mantra meditation, means something very simple, to free our mind from these limiting concepts. The word manas comes from the word manas, mind, and mantra, is coming from the verb trayate, which means to deliver, to free, and so on. This is very, very, very nice. In the Bhagavad Gita, in the 6th chapter, like you have most probably seen, Krishna speaks about the mind. It says he can be one of two things, either a friend or an enemy. I will request Krishna to assist me in helping. I think it's 6:2 or so. I will read to you. It's an enemy when it's filled with negativity of any sort. It's an enemy when it's with anxiety, filled with anxiety. And it will move us as an enemy like it did to our innocent pilgrim who went to the Ganga Delta. It can be made a friend when it exits from, I call it the small mind, that is identified with the body and so on, and enters the vast mind, where it is connecting with God. Here's a very nice, for men, mana eva manushyanam karanam bandha mokshayo. For men, mind is the cause of bondage, and mind is the cause of liberation. Both are possible. For him who has, or her, or for the person who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But one who has failed to do so, like our tadpole man, his mind will remain the greatest enemy. And listen what Krishna now concludes. Friend, mind is friend or enemy. Now he makes a point. Jitatmana prashantas ya paramatma samahita shitasna sukadukeshu tatamano pamanayo. Only Krishna can speak like this. For one who has conquered the mind, the Lord in the heart is already reached, for he has attained tranquility. And now something for one of you who was yesterday so posing a question about external valuation. To such a person, happiness and distress, who has conquered the mind and who has reached the Lord in the heart, to such a person, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. Wow! This is how how important the mind is. I will leave you for this session with one very interesting, for me it was a revolutionary discovery. You don't need to engage in complex mental activity to become happy. Instead, you need to only calm the mind, and then the inherent happiness is realized. When the mind is silenced by meditation, one discovers the true self, the Atma, and finds contentment in the self. You don't need the mind to be peaceful. Now this gets revolutionary, and we need examples and further proofs. Where I live, I can go 10 steps, perhaps, not 10, perhaps a little bit more, 20 steps, and then I am sitting at the banks of a most beautiful lake, the lake of Neuruppin. It's one of 2,000 lakes in that area. We live really in lake country. And from where I sit and write my books, if I ever get the time, well, I've written many books from there, but I overlook that lake, and on a typical day, the lake, in spring, we speak of springtime, the lake is calm, but already the leaves in the trees are rustling, announcing an upcoming spring storm. You know, when the warm air that enters the northern part of Germany uh, hits upon the cold masses of air. And then it becomes turbulent and a storm comes. And all of a sudden, the lake, which was calm, gets whipped up. And there are many waves. At that time, when you go down to the lake to see, you cannot see what lies on the bottom because the waves are impairing your vision and they have churned up the sandy ground so that it's muddy. Only when the when the storm calms down, do the waves calm down and the particles of sand and mud can settle again on the ground and you can see through the transparent water to the bottom and see what is there. What is there? Well, it said the Creator gave us two sets of eyes. They can look in two directions. One is outside, and then by the eye of the mind, you can look inside. When our eyes look outside, we see only outside objects. But if we can learn to see inside, we see the soul and immortality and discover the inner self. It is there where we find happiness and peace, the Atma and the Paramatma. This also is repeated by Patanjali, the great master of yoga. He says, Tada drashtu, no, yogas chitta vritti nirodha. Yoga means the cessation of all mental activities. When that is done, the meditator abides in his or her own nature. Yes, you are already spiritual. You are already a part of God. It has not we don't have to import that either. Conceptually, we don't have to import that or in any other way. It is already there. It's a permanent, eternal installment. We are the living spirit. It is because of the presence of the living spirit that the mind can think and the body can move. The moment the spirit soul and the Lord leave, we say he is gone from us. We look at the deathbed of a near and dear one and cry because we know he is gone and he will not return. And with it, his smile is gone. His witty statements are gone. His paintings which he is able to make. No more paintings from him. No more book that comes from him. He's gone permanently because it's the soul who has left this. So meditation, especially mantra meditation, we will come to that, is possible. And this is the great discovery in life. When you are not active with the mind, but when you calm the mind and make it peaceful, at that time you sink, if you are able to do that, into your original nature. And as the Lord says here, that the Bhagavad Gita, you reach the Atma and the Paramatma, the Supreme Soul, who's there in the heart. So this art, my dear everyone, has been for me something that I practiced in silence for the last 20 years or so. I did not speak about this at all because the main process in our line, which is to hear and to do kirtan. But what I discovered in my studies of the scripture and from watching everyone around me, including myself, when you do this hearing and reading, or hearing Shravanam and also kirtanam, singing what we did yesterday, and your mind is disturbed and restless and not calm, you have the same problem as a materialist has. That is what I have discovered. I call it, if you bring a golden crown onto a rotten tooth, the disease will persist. You have to address the rotten tooth. So in the same way, you have to address the mind. Not only if you're a medical doctor and understand I can give him tons of medicine, my patient, if he does not get the tadpoles out of his head, he will continue to suffer, and so on. And also as a spiritual teacher, you know, if those who are coming for spiritual guidance do not get free from certain notions, conceptions, identifications, the spiritual instructions which are given is like crying in the wilderness. No one will be able to hear this. No? I constantly keep on making I'm constantly keep on watching this phenomena that the mind needs to be addressed. I can see this, and therefore, in my own life, I decided to leave my busy life for 1 month out of a year. I've gone to India, and I have gone on a retreat. I've written a poem, lock me up, turn the key around from outside, not 1 time, turn it 3 times around and then throw it away, because then finally I might be free. Yes, the serious work of what here said, that one who controls the mind or directs the mind, he makes the mind the greatest friend, and someone who fails to do so, he will make the mind the greatest enemy. So in what you will hear from now on, I will give you 2 ways in which you can subdue them, and subdue is not the word, calm or pacify the mind and make it a friend, a happy mind. One is the mechanic way for those who are appreciating a systematic approach, and then the second, the bhakti way. No? So we will first do the mechanic way, and we will make an experience. We will work with our mind here in the Mind Laboratory, New York City, near to the famous Fifth Avenue Street, with the branch of Apple and who else exhibits? H&M, and where I live, I can look directly on the Times Square, and there is always a little snippet of a movie, How to Train Your Dragon. I can tell you, I've seen it 50,000 times already. It's so in the midst of all this, we will attempt to enter and calm the mind. Is this a good idea, Rasanath? We will do. So, my dear everyone, I like to give you a little pause. Could you please turn to your neighbor and briefly discuss with the neighbor what you take out of this first session, about 5 minutes or so, and then you could move around. It's good if we move a little around because then we will remain upbeat, no? There will be a spring in our step throughout, and this way we will very much enjoy life. No? Good. See you in 50 minutes. Now turn please to your neighbor. I can help you. I can watch the time for you. And talk just 5 minutes what you take out, how this relates to you. We need punctuality. So we have up to. Can we look at our wristwatches? My wristwatch is no. What is your wristwatch? Mine is usually wrong. Sorry. 10:50. Is that a super controlled? Is the White House time or? Good. Okay, we see each other at 11 o'clock. At the full hour. No? Yeah, you can now stretch and. So discuss about the subject, maybe get to know new people, and in this way form the community, take part in forming the community. These pauses are good if you also stay with the subject and not talk about movies or I don't know what one talks, new cars and so. Because that will help you to go deeper. I'm preparing you. I'm going very slow at the beginning. Don't worry, there will be some. Why is it so difficult to silence the mind? So often we feel, can't you just give me a little peace? This morning, I must confess to you, I'm at the end of a 3-month tour where I've been constantly traveling, changing time zones and so on. My body and also mind is exhausted, not in a dramatic way. And I was sitting this morning and saying, another day from 10 to 6, and I want to do it good. I want to be that you think, oh, I really learned something new. But my mind was, oh, when will I be home? Then I can read my 50 books all at once. And then I said, come on, we need to now apply what you will be teaching in the second section. It comes now. You need to see if there is a handle on the mind. This handle on the mind, or ability to tell your mind what to think and not just run after your mind, is very, very important. For Arjuna, this was very, very difficult. And this was 5,000 years ago. How difficult will it be today? Arjuna confessed to Krishna, Chanchalam hi mana Krishna, pramati balavat dridham, tasyam nigraham manye, vayo iva suduskaram. The mind is restless, it is turbulent, it's obstinate, and very strong. We saw that with the tadpole example, no? Oh Krishna, and to subdue it, I think, is more difficult than controlling the raging wind. So, This is now in in the room. The mind is as difficult as to control us, the wind. Have you ever tried to stand in the way of a upcoming storm and stop him? Please don't come here. Um, mm, I'm expecting a visitor with a nice cloth, and please don't dishevel the visitor or so on. You can't stop him. So Krishna answers him and says, "O mighty armed Arjuna, it is undoubtedly very difficult to curb the restless mind." But then he gives a solution. And for now, I put my comment on pause. I will pause it here because the solution will come in a moment. But we first need to understand why the mind is so turbulent. The mind is ruled by sanskaras, deep impressions that were made in the past. Like a river who goes according to the impressions in the riverbed, these experiences have made a riverbed through which the mind flows. Tsipi is the editor of a very well-written book on trauma research, not trauma. And there we find that things which stuck in the mind and are not processed and are of a difficult nature, they stay in there. By the way, trauma is something very, do I pronounce it correctly? Trauma is not the only thing. Everything gets stored in the mind. Another thing is the mind has a certain function. It is oscillating, it's moving between I like this and I dislike it. Furthermore, the mind is usually so restless that it either goes to what happened in the past, or it makes plans or worries what will happen in the future. It is said the present moment, the now, is something that eludes the capacity of the mind. It can't stay there because it's so chanchalam. Let's make an experiment. We have these beautiful roses. Maybe, Radha Bhakti, we can put the mantra for now down. We don't need him as of yet. And yes, put the roses more centrally. Okay, please let's make an experiment. Let us look at the roses. How do they look? Color. What's the color? A mixture of orange and saffron, I would say. Then, okay. Make sure that you see the rose because I will ask you something to do. Now, close your eyes. And in your mind's eye, try to think of the vase of roses. Nothing else. Just the roses. See the color of the roses. See the extremely beautiful vase, which is a little bit too big. Perhaps. And come back. Have you seen it's not so easy to keep the mind on the roses, no? Because so many things come from the underground, memories, or why does he make us, who does he think he is, listen to his awkward English, so many things are going on, which we have not wanted to do this, but they came anyways. Mind is its own entity. There was once a monk, this is an ancient story, a new monk, he came to a monastery and he was engaged in chanting early stutis. Stutis means hymns in the morning. And then there was meditation after chanting the hymns. And he was sitting and his mind was really just not set, it was so restless. It noted the snoring neighbor monk who had fallen asleep and was disturbed by the many things. One monk had an aggressive odor to him and he was very disturbed. So he went to the forest to meditate on the forest. Then in the forest, he heard the chirping of the birds, but it was so loud for him that he again could not concentrate. Then he went to the banks of a lake, looking at the placid water of the lake. But lo and behold, there was a fish who jumped up and fell back in the water. Finally, he took a boat to row in the midst of the lake, but then there was a wind which developed into a storm. He could not find peace in his mind. It was not possible. Our mind is, and then he started to think of his past life, past life in the sense before he became a monk. Then he thought in the future, does this have any future? All the time, his turbulent mind was storming and he could not sit still in his meditation. Meditation is more difficult than you think. If you're really so strong, as you sometimes say, this is from another poem, then tell your mind what he should think for the next 5 minutes. You will see. Doesn't do that. So, what can we do? Is there anything we can do? The answer to this is you need to give the mind something to do with which it can stay. I want to give you an example. Last February, I was in India and I talked to a man from Assam and we had a very enlivening discussion. Then I saw behind him a monkey approaching. The monkey looked very cultured and civilized. And I thought, oh no, it can't be. But before I could finish my thought, the monkey had done his monkey thing. He had stolen the glasses of my Assam person with whom I was talking. I said, I'm sorry, I saw the monkey coming, but I did not think he would steal your glasses, so I didn't say anything. Very sorry. He seemed to not at all be disturbed. He said, one moment, I get my glasses back. What? The monkey is a monkey. You can't follow him into the trees. By now the monkey was sitting somewhere, looked at us from time to time, started to chew on the glasses. So my friend, or I don't know how you call these people with whom you talk, came back after a little while with, it's called fruity, it's these paper packaged fruit juices, and he went to where the monkey was, and the monkey was going. And then he threw the fruity package perhaps 4 meters or 3.5 meters away from the monkey. The monkey had to now decide glasses or fruity. And it jumped to the fruity, and my friend jumped to the glasses and said, this is what we do here. We have to engage the monkey. And I remember very distinctly, he said, this is the same thing which you have to learn in meditation. Engage your monkey mind. If you have not seen the monkeys of Vrindavan, I tell you how it looks. Sit there, and then you will see a monkey comes, then another monkey comes from the back. It hits the first monkey, the other monkey hits back, then comes a superior monkey. They run and scamper over the place. Then they run on the tree. Then they destroy the foliage. They break the branches. They scream. Then 2 monkeys multiply right before your eyes. And they are constantly active in all kinds of ways. They do not stay with one activity. They just constantly change. Therefore, many traditions call our mind the monkey mind. No, also an irrational fear comes to us. Oh, do I look? Maybe I have forgotten to decorate my one eye. We don't need what is a schminker? Schminker means makeup. Yes. Okay. No one will look at this. Okay. Oh, I've forgotten my WhatsApp message to write. And the mind is. Where do I make holidays next? If at all. And the mind is constantly monkeying around. It's a new English word. So you need to give him a fruity, something to hold on, so that the mind is engaged and busy. And the best item for the restless, turbulent, obstinate, and all this mind is something that moves. The best item is something that moves, but not outside. It's something that moves inside. This something is the bridge from the physical reality to the mental reality, the subtle matter. This is the breath. All traditions know this, and I will I will inspire my Gaudiya Vaishnava listeners. Did you know that in the Hari Bhakti Vilas, you will find one entire chapter where detailed instructions about breath work is given, how to control it, what is the ratio. Ratio means on how long you do an inhale, how long you hold it, how long you do an exhale. And this breath work is said to be done before meditating, because it stills the mind. There is one ratio which those of you who are interested in this can chant, can do before they chant. And I will introduce this ratio to you, but not just now. And you will see how the breathing pacifies the mind instantly. There is an interesting and very close relationship between breath and the mind. And breathing exercise, this can work wonder. Let us explore this relationship a little bit. When you are stressed, usually, or anxious or angry, your breathing tends to become shallow and rapid. But when you sit on your favorable relaxation chair, like the one in the theater house, your breath slows down and becomes deeper. Now, interestingly, this works the other way around also. When you breathe in a slow and deep way, the mind, which was perhaps stressed or very active, slows down, and you will see how your breathing affects the state of your mind. I will soon make a breathing exercise with you. The effect of breathing is so much more powerful than you might expect. We come with the breath into this world, wow, an exhalation, and we go with the breath outside of this world. And in between, we express, we breathe. The direct, I've made a note here, I want to find this, yes. Deep breathing directly affects the autonomic nerve system. You must know that there are two branches of that system which controls all your bodily functions and even your thoughts. It's a subtle wiring, so to say. Just like perhaps in this building we have wires that control the light, the loudspeaker. It's a very simple building. There are many other things. Doors can be controlled and so on. So you have a nerve system. It's called the autonomic nerve system. And this has two branches. One is the sympathetic nerve system that increases the heart rate, the blood pressure, and in simple words, the flight or fight responses in our bodies. And the other is the parasympathetic nerve system. It calms the body by triggering the rest and digest response. When I was this morning a little bit exhausted, I did breathing exercises and calmed my nervous system down, which is important because it regulates all your organs, all blood pressure, circulation, everything. My dear everyone, when you are in the sympathetic nerve system, this flight or fight system, things happen. Your muscles stiffen, your blood becomes thick, and a series of other things which make a lot of sense when you're in the wilderness and there's a tiger who runs behind you. It is good if your muscles stiffen, because if he jumps and eats at you, he can't get through the neck. It's stiff. Or the blood is not trickling out so fast because it thickens. But when you are in New York, there are no tigers. Of course, some tigers are in your minds. Not only tadpoles, tigers, you know. And if you're constantly on the stress-driven, fast thing, it's just too much for the body, and all kinds of diseases develop. The parasympathetic one, that is the one we need to address when we meditate. We need to calm down by addressing this system. So please do me a favor, sit properly, adjust your sitting. We will now do prana vikshana, that is observing our breath. It's a very simple introductory process. I will later introduce to you the deep yogic exercise. Sit straight, please. Most of you are sitting on a chair. That's perfectly all right. Lean a little bit forward so that your back doesn't take support from the back of the chair, but you want to sit straight and create an attentive position. Don't close your eyes. I'm closing the eyes because I need to focus on what I say. Now bring your shoulders a little bit up to your ears if you so want, and then roll them down the back to open your breathing volume. Yes, in the chest. Yes. Ooh, that's already good. Now set an intention. That will mean set aside your concerns or your busyness or you're being too much in the comfort zone or you're I know it all. Just set it aside and just say that I would like to go into the simple prana vikshana exercise. Now observe the process of inhalation and exhalation. Just observe. Please breathe in and out through your nose. If you want, you can allow your shoulders to sink towards the ground in a relaxed way. When you take an inhale, observe how the air is entering your nostrils. Observe how it is traveling down your windpipe. And on each inhale, observe the flow of the air as it comes into your lungs and fills them. And whenever you breathe out, observe the air coming through your windpipe into your nostril and then leaving through your nostril, almost as if it slowly, moves away from your body and down to the ground in one diagonal direction. Let's do this a little, just observing the flow of the air. When the mind should wander, as it will, just bring it back and give it the fruity of your breath, so to say, in an analogical way, the object of your breath. A few more rounds. From here we will move on, but do a few more rounds, please. Just hold on to your breath mentally. That is, walk next to your breath. Return to your breath whenever you lose it. And observe how your system, your nerve system, sends you signals. It's calming, it's safe here. And whenever the mind wanders, don't become restless or disappointed. Just gently bring it back to the simple breathing. We will now deepen our breath to deepen the effect. Think of a pitcher of water. When you fill the pitcher of water with water, you fill it from the bottom up. Water settles in the bottom of the pitcher, then comes higher and higher and approaches the rim slowly. In the same way, we will now fill up the lungs from the bottom up. This is called deep yogic breathing. First, I request you to exhale fully. Then breathe into your abdomen, allowing your belly to swell. As I walk you through, please don't stop breathing the other way, In other words, when you breathe in, breathe also out. We don't want to call the emergency here. So breathe into the body each time you breathe in, allowing your belly to swell. Please don't think, now your belly will become what you don't want it to become, protruding belly. No, it's a massage for the muscles. It's very good to be slim and good. So first you breathe into the abdomen, then you fill the middle of your chest, letting the ribs and the entire rib cage expand. And finally, as you complete your deep inhalation, you fill the top of your lungs. So whenever you breathe in, try to breathe into this abdomen, filling the middle of your chest, and finally the top of the lungs. And then breathe out again. We are not yet meditating, we are preparing the groundwork for meditation. This will bring more oxygen into your body, make you healthy and fit like a sport shoe. You will not need to breathe so often and shallow. But the effect or result we are looking for is your mind will become calmer. Belly breath, then midst of the rib cage, then the upper lungs. Let's do this a little. Now it's time to add a measurement to this breathing. As you inhale deeply, filling your lungs from the bottom up, please count 1 for the belly area, 2 for the rib cage, chest area, and 3 for the upper lungs. And whenever you exhale and release the air, count up to 6. Double the amount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If it's too long for you, 5 is enough. When that is too long, 4 is enough, but a little bit longer should be the exhale. So fill your lungs from the... I will count you now through. Okay. Let us approach our inhale. Now in. 1, 2, 3. Out. 1, 2, 3, 4. In. 1, 2, 3. Out. 1, 2, 3, 4. In. 1, 2, 3. Out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do it like this on your own. Continue as I walk you through this exercise. With each inhalation, imagine becoming increasingly filled with calmness and well-being. With each exhalation, imagine letting go more and more. Each exhalation, you let go any remaining stress, tension, and any type of anxiety that might still lurk somewhere in the mind. Excellent. Now we will go deeper. Return to normal, unaided breathing. In other words, you don't count your breath any longer, just as you. By now you should be able to breathe a little deeper, a little bit more from the parasympathetic nerve system. We will do first a conceptualized meditation, and then we will let go of concepts. Let us contemplate the question, who am I when everything that is not me is removed? The various roles and, and masks by which the world knows me. By the way, I have to say, it's natural to cough because we are relaxing. So don't feel, oh, I can't cough. Yes, freely cough, no problem. We are in the Upbuild community, if necessary, not if. So, for a moment, your job is gone. We don't engage in thoughts about it any longer. For a moment, any anxieties about the income gone. For a moment, plans regarding the future, what you will do after this retreat or whatever, gone. For just a short moment, even our relationships, we will return to them better. They are gone. Who are you when everything that is not you, that you have adopted or taken on in this life, is for a moment not there? And now leave even this space and allow yourself to sink into calmness, an underlying feeling of contentment and peacefulness that is always there when the mind is not busy with 1,000 urgent things. Just stay there, and when the mind goes, no problem, let it wander, but don't pay attention to any of these wandering thoughts. Let them pass, just like you would let a cloud pass on the clear sky. From this space, we will again chant the monosyllable Ram. I will intone it once, and we can chant it 3 times. Try to remain at that space which you have entered. Ram. Deep inhale. Deep inhale. And deep inhale. You may now slowly return to room awareness. Yes. Thank you very much. This is a very simple way. First, you observe the breath. Then you direct the breath with the windpipe and all this, and observe how it. Then you go to deep breathing. That is the, filling the, bringing the mind to the belly area and filling the pitcher, so to say, from bottom up, and then pouring it out again. From top down, you breathe out from here. You breathe in like this and fill it up, and then when you exhale, you go from the top, the lungs, into the middle rib cage, and so on. And the whole idea is not increasing breathing, but to connecting the mind with something it can hold on that lies inside. Because it is from there that we can proceed on our discovery journey of the inner world and discover treasures. In comparison to what lies outside, no, in comparison to that what lies inside, what lies outside is of a trifling matter. Trifling matter. It is trifle. Small type. So, yes, we have just started our journey. I just wanted to say, psychology speaks of a state called congruence when your inner world is in harmony with your outer life. So when you bring your inside in order and then act. I want to give you an example from my friend. My friend was married. My friend's friend was married. One day he told his wife, "I'm just going down to get some apples from the grocery store," and he never returned and started a new life in the Canary Islands. Later, this was the friend of my friend. So my friend, who is a psychotherapist, was asked, "How do you explain this sudden thing?" And my friend, the psychotherapist, said, "This was not sudden. It had built up over 20 years. There was an incongruence in the relationship. His mind was already somewhere else. As we say in English, his heart was no longer inside." Do you say this in American English? Yeah. But he could not change because perhaps due to social expectations, perhaps due to hopes, and always, I don't think when there is trouble in a relationship, we should move to the Canary Islands. That's not what we say. But this was for 20 years, and it was severe. My friend, Martin is his name, knows because his friend used to tell him. But there was this incongruence between his inner life, what he thought, and his outer life. And do you know that this is the source of anxieties, distress, and all kinds of problems? This simple breathing exercise will bring you in contact with your inner world. It will also show you the things sometimes that arise that you were not looking at, but from a position of a calm mind, not a very, very agitated mind. No? And then you can make proper decisions. Talking about decisions, the Manu Samhita says, when you are before a difficult decision, breathe, take a walk alone in nature, and go to a mountain peak where you have, an overview over your life. No? So this simple thing I would like to give for you into your pause when you are at odds with yourself. Breathe, calm the mind first, then go alone in nature. If you are a spiritualist, you go not with your mobile telephone, you go with contacting the Atma and the Supreme Atma, and then go to a place which affords you an overview. You may not need to go on the Empire State Building here or somewhere where it's high. It's just, but you need to make a distance to what is happening and then make your decisions. If you are not living in congruence, where your inner life is not, you don't even know what it is, you will sit and you are not in tune with all the things which you do, the inside out. will meet frustration, resignation, and collapse, and everything else. So this was the first. We go now inside. I will now go to my main subject, the Bhakti way, but I want to see, are there any questions so far about what you have heard now? Yes, Anshul. Yes. Ji.
Swamiji, you started with the example of the tadpole and us getting attached to certain concepts.
Yes.
And when I reflect on that in my spiritual journey, I sometimes think about rituals that we do in the support of spirituality, but we get attached to that concept or way of doing.
Yes.
Even for that matter, if we think about a specific deity that we relate to, could be Lord Krishna, Lord Rama, we can get very attached to that deity and in that form or in that temple. And if I think about the broader idea of releasing from that concept and connecting to a deeper sense of peace and prana and energy, then it seems to free itself from any specific lord or ritual. And so my question is, how do you think about our journey in connecting with a specific lord like Lord Krishna ji versus or in addition to connecting with the idea of broader spirituality? So when I think very practically, sometimes I try to connect with light as opposed to an energy, as opposed to connecting with an image of a Lord. And so I wanted to just get your reflection, please.
Thank you. I will talk in detail about this when I come to the Bhakti way. This was the mechanic way of stilling the mind. But I do want to say something that I have experienced with my spiritual master. He would sometimes, bring us to deeper levels of understanding by almost an unconventional teaching method. One time, he said to a disciple, "How does Krishna look?" The disciple looked around in the room and showed at a picture which was hanging there, an Indian God poster, I would say like this. Prabhupada looked at the picture and said, "Well, if you see him, we will look completely different." What can an end? What picture, you can show him a computer, but what will he form as an understanding in his mind? So how will a conditioned soul form an understanding of, a complete understanding of Krishna in his mind? However, deities and so on, they do have a great benefit, because when we serve them with devotion, I want to repeat again the word devotion, a mental asset, then our eyes get purified and we can see much more of what our physical eyes can see. There is a little bit an example, a child asked the mother, "Can you show me the moon?" And the mother says, "Look between the second and the third branch of the tree." And he looked, I see the moon now. So in the same way, we conditioned souls, we do need practices that are revealed in spiritual scriptures that come from a different level, that elevate us and our vision. The child was looking like this for the moon, then he looked like this, and then we can see. There is great benefit in this. It is said that the dull material senses attach Krishna, Namadi cannot understand Krishna's form, nor his name, nor anything. But if you turn towards him in devotion, he reveals himself in your mind. Oh, very nice idea. I thank you, Anshul, and everyone. Now you look really all already calm and peaceful. When I look at you, you are totally different. Maybe it's a shocking realization for you that there is something beyond the New York mood. And we will now go from these. This was the first way of controlling the mind that is used in hospitals now. Mindfulness training is there. It's all over Americans' hospitals. What else? Psychology. And in friendship, when your friend is agitated, you put him in the, you bang him on the back. At least that's what we do in North Germany. Ping. We see, let's go to the window. You open the window now. Friend G, breathe in and breathe out, and it calms the mind. No? So it's not only done in hospitals, it's done in friendships as well. Because the breath is a bridge which brings you to the mind, which is otherwise so difficult to control. But this is only the first baby step in meditation. We will now have a pause, and then we will soar high in the sky of bhakti meditations. So, let me see. It's, I would say let's have a 10-minute pause. It's the one, let me see, wait. It's the one before our lunch break. Wow! And this next part is really what we really wanted to do. I did my duty to go through this part because we need to address this and we need to hear. But now I do my pleasure. From now on. All the best, and see you in 10 minutes. And if I may be the first person who goes into the room in the back of this facility, I would be very grateful. Bathroom. Yes. To calm the mind, it will also put questions to us. Do you live your life in the proper way? Who are you when everything falls away that is only an onion peel, so to say, a mask? But everything will become joyful now. My dear everyone, in spiritual life, in the traditions, there are basically two ways of enlightening. The monkey way and the cat way. Let me explain. There is the way where you do everything on your own steam. You find yogis who retire from the world, who are lowered by a rope into a cave in the Himalayas, and who live in that cave on prana, on life air, and who meditate, who do complex rituals, and so many complex and very difficult exercises. Some breathe only once in an hour, In other branches of this jnana and yoga way, you may study the scriptures, use your intellect to understand the world around you and how to navigate through it. Many yoga ways also those what is the word? Deviates that derivatives. Say it, please, again. Derivatives, like you find in the yoga, in the self-development industry, perhaps, where exercise, shifting perspectives, and so on is very common. All these ways have their very great place that they do very well. They have one thing in common: you have to work on your own steam, with your own strengths, and you can, by certain methods, therapies, yoga exercises, improve your abilities of body and mind. But even when you have improved abilities, you still are relying on your own strengths. The path of bhakti is different. In the path of bhakti, we are focusing, or we are invoking, this is the word, a spiritual energy which comes to us through powerful blessings. It's the Hladini and Sandini Shaktis, energies which have to do with joy, with being, with knowledge, inner knowing, and so on. They come to our aid and help us. Finally, these energies come, of course, from the source of all that is, whom we call as bhakti yogis Krishna. I like to say the one with 1,000 names, to be as accommodating as possible. An example has been given about this, which I once heard from my spiritual teacher. The way where you are dependent on your own abilities is known as the monkey way. What happens in the monkey way? Well, the small monkey baby, with its feeble strength, tries to grab the hold of the older monkey, mostly the mother, and then holds on as the mother goes about her what is it called, foraging activities, and there's always quarrel in the monkey society, and they run and race through the forest, and all this time the little monkey has to hold on to the mother, and if its grip loosens, or if the speed is just too high in which the mother runs, a small baby falls. And I have seen many small babies lying on the ground because they lost it. I once saw how a mother leaped with a huge leap from one roof to another, and somehow the grip of the baby loosened and it fell down and broke its skull open. Yes, this is the monkey way. You use your own strengths for perfection. The cat way is different. Here, the kitten may walk over the street, and it may not be safe. An ox cart may come, or how do you call the American cars? A super deluxe car comes, and the moment there is harm, the observative mother jumps on the street, takes the little kitten by the neck, and then carries it out of harm's reach. Here in the cat way, the distribution of strength is different. Everything relies not on the feeble strength. In fact, nothing relies on the feeble strength of the baby, the kitten. Everything is dependent on the strength of the mother. Have I explained in a succinct way? We can understand. So in bhakti, the advancement and the progress is not dependent really on the individual, the bhakta as they are called, but it is higher powers are invoked, the powers of God. If, and only if, the individual, of course, turns to the sun. No? That much must be done. It's a willful turning point at which you come, and it is expressed your let us say your turning towards the Supreme Being by acts you do in bhakti, like for instance the one we do yesterday, and on common request the Gaur Krishna Bhajan Band will again perform with a new drummer today. So we will do more kirtan, in other words. But here, the deciding things, we will turn, yes, in kirtan, for instance. There are altogether 64 ways you can do, but it's simplified and they are boiled down into 9, and then once again boiled down into 5. There, and if this is still too complex, 1 is sufficient to turn. And this is for me. This is the reason why I'm a bhakta. I must tell you, my friends do know, my time before becoming a monk was relatively short in this world, but I was a very voracious student of literature and of various practices. And I became convinced that bhakti is my path because of this example, really, or this wisdom that as we turn to the Lord, everything becomes, He does everything. I remember a little while ago, I drove with my driver. It's not my driver, it's a very sympathetic person, a friend of mine, through the little towns and alleys of Vrindavan. So we came through one little dusty village, and all of a sudden he slams the brakes and the car comes to a screeching halt. I almost fell through the window, which was already broken. So and I had nodded off. I was a little asleep, and my driver laughs. I said, "What?" And there were some children playing with some water bottles, Bisleri water bottles on the street. And he had to, of course, stop to not hurt the children. And he just explained, Bacha. Bacha means children, small children. They love, in India, they love children. I mean, normally, at least in the villages. Oh, there are all kinds of things now going on, but normally they love children. And then he explained in his broken English, no children, no chintya. Children have no anxiety. Our doctor, who knows Hindi most properly, understands. Chintya nahi. No chintya, no anxieties, because they know the father always or the mother, or the older brother, or the auntie, or the dog, or the buffalo. Everyone has a watchful eye over the bacha, the small little children, and will carry the child out of harm's reach. This is the process of bhakti. How do you like this analogy? I always tell this to yoga practitioners, and I say there is only so much you can go on your own strengths, but bhakti can supply you with those energies or shaktis or impulses. Impulse is not the word. Inspirations, but more than inspirations, that energy you require to move forward. This we will see now. We will experience. Are you ready? Now let me study my little schedule here. Let me ask, is it a massive lunch or where everyone is dead and lying on the floor afterwards? We don't know. Divya, you are responsible for the lunch, or after the lunch?
Yes, it will be a good lunch.
A good lunch, good. Then I will do the difficult things before and the easy things after. My dear everyone, please listen now attentively. I will request Gaur Krishna to give me 2:12, please, 2:13. This is now important. Please listen carefully. The starting point of bhakti is identity. You need to have an answer to the question, who am I? Because identity will describe what I do and what I leave. If I feel myself a musician, I will tend to make music and so on. If I'm a boxer, you will find me in the boxing ring. If I'm a CEO in Wall Street, you will find me in those areas. The sense of identity will inform my thinking processes, my willing processes, and my action. Therefore, what I've done, introducing new techniques, new things, it will sometimes feel a little bit, for those who are just new to it, just very new. I've never considered these things. Yeah, because the sense of identity was not there. In this world, we have various identities. An Instagram identity. There is, made a few notes here, Facebook identity, a career identity. We have a public identity and sometimes a very different private identity, what the public will not see about us. We have so many roles and masks by which the world knows us. That's how I write it. And often, very often, a material breakdown brings us to a spiritual breakthrough. Once again, very often, only when our constructions about who we are and what could be a meaningful life break down at the sudden time of a death of a dear beloved one, or when when everything goes down the Hudson River. Then we can have a spiritual breakthrough. Very often this is seen. And my dear people, I don't wish any one of you to go through this. But history has shown over again and again that we must break through the illusion first before we can start our spiritual identity. And those who are sensitive, for them this is done. There is another way, and I am almost imploring you to consider this way. That is to voluntarily see where is your life not in alignment to what you know, to what knocks at your door, to what people repeatedly tell you or don't tell you, they leave you. That has to be considered voluntarily, and then we can do the deconstruction of illusion as much as possible. I have a spiritual, my spiritual master's spiritual teacher. It's an ancient lineage that goes far back. He said, this teacher, his name is Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he said, first comes deconstruction of our illusions, of our masks, of our roles, and then comes the construction of our positive identity. When you want to build a house on the remains of a rotten building, better you remove the whole thing. It's much cheaper, by the way. Those who know about house building, they know to repair a rotten building is much more expensive than to just pull it down and build something new. But as I'm telling this, my dear everyone, this is not the way the Bhakti yogis advocate. It's only an observation which I share with you from what we see. But this is very difficult, this deconstruction. We fear it so much. Why do we fear it? Because we may not have something better in place still. Can you relate to that? You go on in a relationship that is dysfunctional because you don't have a better relationship in mind or near you. You go on in a job where the boss is very mean to you, but you go on because you don't have a better job. You go on with your old clothes because although they may be eaten by the moths, because you don't have a better. I have this situation. I have a very warm chadar, but the moths, they got it, and now I don't have a better, so I keep it. By the way, in Germany I have a better one. So don't give me, please, anything. I have too much, So, therefore, the Bhakti scriptures who speak about spiritual breakthrough, who encourage us to move on, always say, by developing a higher taste, it is easier to give up the lower taste. So I just wanted to make this known to you. I have also good news. In the Bhagavad Gita is framed by two statements. This comes from Jiva Goswami. Asochan, do not lament, and Masuchaha, do not fear. Everything which comes in this is positive spiritual instructions. Don't lament, don't fear, you are safe. No? Why are you safe? Remember the cat way? Huh? because in bhakti you are invoking grace in every moment of your life. So, for instance, in the beginning of the Gita, Arjuna has that breakdown. He's standing on a battlefield. He's confronting the people he likes, the people he grew up with. Venerable teachers are there. And due to impossible political maneuverings, they have turned against him and are eager to fight with him. But not just a little pussycat fight, it's a fight to the death. It is, if you, Rasanath and Hariprasad can tell you, this greatest drama as far as I'm concerned of human psychology. Arjuna has a breakthrough and Krishna, who knows that it is unavoidable that this war is fought, and who knows that everyone who enters that battlefield will get moksha after this life. They will be liberated from the cycle of birth and death. It's one more visit to the dentist, and then they are free forever. So he says to Arjuna, who breaks down and gives him many reasons why he cannot participate in this. While speaking learned words, he says, "You are mourning, lamenting, for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead." And then he says, "I have good news for you, Arjuna. Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be." The conflicts and peace are nothing more, in other words, than that what happens on a theater stage and is only a reality for the time of the play, 2 hours or however long the play is. But there, before and after, there is a reality that is not influenced by these 2 hours that happen on the stage. So we are not in such a dramatic situation. I can't imagine anyone here who has to make a decision which will hurt a beloved one. I can't imagine this. This is an extreme situation where an extreme situation has been staged, if you so want, so that the learning is more, the awakening, the call to awaken is deeper. In bhakti, it's always important to connect with your real identity. Every other will fall away. Platon used to say, there's one position in the universe that is still empty. That is your life. Why imitate the life of others? They are already taken. Take your place. No? So connect with your real identity. Every other will fall away. The young baby I saw recently, my older brother, I have an older brother who keeps photos of the family and who can trace the family line back. One of my grandfather was a hussar. People who what is hussar? Anyone knows? That's the general who rides on a horse. He's from Hungary. He wields a sword and he calls attack. And everyone, thousands follow him. So one of my grandfather. And he also has photos of myself. I was so beautiful when I was a young boy. Everyone in the neighborhood wanted to play with me and gave me chocolate. That's why I was so fat. I was very fat. You would, in India, they would say healthy looking, but whenever someone would marry in the town, I would be asked to come in my special dress as a child, and I would throw flowers before the marriage couple because I looked so beautiful with Anneliese next to me. That is a little girl. We were 7 years, innocent, and so on. That young boy. And my great ability was to dance. I went to a dancing school when I was very young because my parents wanted me to go to ball dances later, high upper society. I remember I would always dance, but I was so naughty. I would, tie up at that time the ladies had, or the small girls had aprons, and I would I was unfortunately a little restless. Where is this? Gone, forgotten almost. I only remembered the dancing school just now. The student, there was nothing much of a student in me in school. The sports person, I was a goalkeeper. This is important for Go Krishna to know. I was a healthy athlete. I could run and jump. Where is all this? It's no longer there. Is this my identity? No, it's a costume which I wear for some time. The young, promising film director, I was like Hari Prasad. I even had gotten a lot of money for my first movie. Where is that? Gone. The struggling young monk who all of a sudden had to live a disciplined life. Where is that? The monk who fasted a whole year and ate only apples and raisins. Where is that? All this is like the hot air a buffalo makes in the winter when he exhales. A cloud of hot air. It's gone. No? In a spiritual life, you need to find out the underlying person who is always the same. He's still here. I can remember my dancing school lessons. Yes, I know waltz, I know foxtrot, I know tango, I know twist, everything I know. And everything of the old dances, not the new ones. Now I know the Swami step. It's pretty all, pretty much all. I could teach you if you wish. So all this comes and goes, my dear everyone. But there's an underlying identity, an I who remembers this, who smiles, and who is hopefully a little bit mature and a little bit detached, having learned in the school of life. Hopefully. And this identity, this is asked from this identity, you practice your spiritual life and you enter into a divine relationship. What do you think, Rasanath? Wonderful, isn't it? And a fulfilling, love-filled, divine relationship. I told you earlier that the restless mind, which is often the problem, remember the tadpoles, can be controlled when an object is given to it. Where the village, or now it's a little town in Vrindavan, I once saw this. There is one shopping center. It's not a shopper's center. It's how would you describe it? A market. It's called Loi Bazaar. Loy means blanket, and in old times blankets were sold in that market. But now everything, fruit juices, dresses, and so on. And a lot of oranges and bananas are there. so, so once I saw something, an elephant walked through the market, and he was going like an elephant goes, and his trunk was swaying, and he was grabbing here an orange and here a banana, and all the shopkeepers went, oh no, and they threw water on the elephant, but the elephant is an elephant, he doesn't care. Then I saw a second scene. The next day, or maybe 2 days after, the mahout. Do you know what is a mahout? He who rides the elephant, he sits on the neck, his legs are behind the impressive ears of the elephant. The mahout had given the elephant a stick in the trunk, and now the trunk was going, but the elephant had already a stick in the trunk, and therefore could not steal bananas and oranges and whatever they steal. So this is what we were speaking about earlier. Our mind constantly oscillates between I like this, I don't like this, and is constantly in action. But if it has something to grab on, then it is calm. Now in bhakti, my dear people, the main object of meditation is not the breath. It is not the flame of a candle or any other object that can be taken. It's not sound, it is God. What do you think about the bhakti? There you rest your mind. There the mind finds repose. There in the divine presence, the mind finds bliss. There this mind is enlightened or is sparked to new life, and so on. There is ecstasy. There is love. There is all this. No? I want to read you a poem. Accept me, my Lord. Accept me this time. Let these awe-faint days that passed without you be forgotten. I have wandered the world, following voices that drew me, yet led me nowhere. Now let me sit in peace and listen to your words in the soul of my silence. Do not turn away your face from my heart's dark secrets. Wonderful. Do not turn away your face from the dark secrets that are looming in my heart, but burn these dark things until they are alight with your grace. Beautiful, no? Here the idea is you please do. I cannot do it on my own. This is, and does he answer? Of course he answers. How do you feel the answer? Well, in the beginning stage, you feel it by the ecstasy, or let us call it a different name. The devotion, the feelings which manifest in your heart as you turn to Him. No? And then more realizations come. So, in the end, I would like to say we have seen that the mind can be tamed by focusing on a suitable meditation object. they are breath or of mantra. In Bhakti, Ishvara, the Supreme Lord, becomes the object. I was talking with Patsy about this yesterday, no? Patanjali says, Samadhi Siti Ishvara Pranidanat. Samadhi can be attained by concentration on Ishvara. And the Kaivalya Upanishad, it's the Upanishad which talks about liberation from the cycle of birth and death, says, know that Brahman, that ultimate reality, to the practice of faith, devotion, and meditation. Kaivalya Upanishad, yes. Patsy, Kaivalya Upanishad. Yes. So this is a very, very wonderful thing. In the 6th chapter of the Gita, Krishna gives Arjuna detailed instructions on how to meditate. He tells him about posture, about concentration, and about certain mental disciplines. But then he gives him the object of the bhakti meditation. He says, I will request God Krishna to find it for us. 6:14, please. He says, in one translation, I will give you a better translation in a moment. When you have restrained your mind, fix your attention on me, remain focused on me. This is the right idea of the bhakti meditation. I will read it to you. Perhaps we can sing it together. Samang. Oh, my dear devotees, my dear friends, my dear skeptic, I'm sorry, I consider your potential. And then everything always becomes different. So I want to say Sanskrit is a very wonderful language. Sanskriti means the refined language. It is spoken in the Devalaya, the abodes of the god. It's a Deva Bhashya. So it is very powerful. So let us see if we can say it, because then you will see the idea sinks better into the mind. Samankaya Shirogrivam Darayan Achalam Stira Sampreksha Nasika Gram Smam Dishas Chanovalokayan but should hold one's body, neck and head erect in a straight line. We did this. And one should fix his gaze forward on the tip of the nose. Thus, with an unagitated mind that is peaceful, devoid of fear, one should meditate upon me within his heart and make me the ultimate goal of life. This is dhyana yoga, the yoga of meditation. It's a wonderful process. And how to do this, I consider this almost a next section. And perhaps, who is with, please, excuse me, where is Prasadam? Is it already here?
I think it's time, yeah. 1:30 was the time.
Yeah. Okay, then we can have questions and answers. Our mind since time immemorial, almost helplessly, and often we are resigned to hopelessness, goes in the same direction because of the sanskaras, the impressions that are previously there. In bhakti, we create new impressions, and then the mind will move in that direction. So, I think I'm just looking at the things we had to cover. We will do everything very easily. Very easily. I'm happy. I will now put my foot away from the acceleration pedal. What do you think about all this? I'm asking, see, any response, any question? Yes. Your good name?
Amit?
Amit, yes, Amit ji.
I have been going the monkey way and I want to go the cat way. But how do I ask for help from someone I don't know and perhaps more scarily, someone who I chose to leave?
Do we really not know him? I think it is more that our perception is covered. It's a little bit when you come in a room and you are totally busy, you may not recognize an old friend. So when we are invested in our minds, so much with material things, God is very distant for us. But it is said, if we can only remove that covering, we will see what is closest to us. And what is closest to us? It's the Supreme Lord in the heart. It's just when we are so covered that we cannot see. But the moment the coverings disappear, the moment the dust is removed from the mirror will show us what is closest. Therefore, Amit, it's very important to enter a spiritual practice. You don't enter a spiritual practice when you are perfect. You do a spiritual practice to become elevated. Remember, you don't go into the hospital when you are healthy. Don't wait to become healthy before going in the hospital. You go there when you are unhealthy and take treatments, advice, and do exercises or whatever is prescribed for your case. You don't go to a gym just when you are fit and healthy and can run across America in 5 minutes. You go there when you are not healthy. Then you go to a gym to train for this. So spiritual practice is unavoidable. And my dear everyone, I want to really encourage you. Only a little spiritual practice done regularly will elevate your consciousness and bring it to total different areas of perception. You will see total different things. But without the practice, unless you are overwhelmed with a large doses of grace that comes, that does happen sometimes, but not generally. Without a spiritual practice, it is not possible to bring the dust from the mirror of the mind and then see. I think we also saw a little breathing. You became all so peaceful that I became afraid that all the hours of sleep that you have not done were all of a sudden coming back to you and overwhelming you. New York, I think a New Yorker needs 1 week to to come out of this stressful situation. By the way, I love New York very much. It's in North Germany. The things you love, you talk a little strong about them, but good. Amit, Krish, yes. Bruno, no? I have talked to your good wife. I saw her the first time, actually. Did we see? No, we were introduced maybe before, isn't it?
At Washington Square Park, no.
Yeah, at the Washington Square Park, yes. Okay, Bruno, please pose your question.
Yeah, one of the, I fully appreciate the benefit of the cat way. I find the benefit is also a challenge for me. The other side of the coin, because to be carried by grace requires faith, and it requires humility. And short of seeing immediate results and consistent results, so one through the bhakti way can become maybe not see the progress or become impatient, or which again requires that faith. So for me, I find more programmatic type approaches, call it Kriya Yoga or other things that seem to be more ongoing. And this could be entirely an ego thing or a lack of faith or a lack of humility, as I was talking about. But I wonder if you have any recommendations for me as I try to navigate that. And when I was in Belgium, you spoke to focus on the essence, and the essence seems to be constant awareness of the divine and asking for grace. And that seems to be doable, the ways to prayer. And so anyway, I think you get the gist.
Thank you. You have presented one of the most essential questions of people on the spiritual path. There needs to be faith in him. What if I jump and no one is there to catch me? Ooh. My grandfather did this. Our one house stood in flames, and the neighbors had come with a cloth like this. They were holding it. They jump. So my grandfather is very, very high. He hadn't any faith in the bodily strength of the neighbors. He's really a tower of a man. Was. So, but because the flames were so close and he couldn't escape through the stairways, he finally jumped, and it was like he feared. The neighbors were just too weak to hold him, and the thing, either it ripped or it just came out of the grip of the neighbors, and still in his old age he had a broken vertebrae. Yeah. So stories, yes, that was broken faith. Bruno, this morning I have read a definition of faith that spoke to me. It was given by English writer C.S. Lewis, who gave talk. Tell me, C.S. Lewis, who gave talks during the Second World War to increase the spirituality in Great Britain, on the BBC. And he addressed faith in a way that I felt was very doable or very good. He said, I can't quote him verbatim because I read so many things and I had only 20 minutes for everything. He said, you remember an experience that you had once with divinity, and then you act from that place. And I saw you in Radhadesh, Bruno. I was so bold to invite your good wife also to come next time to Radhadesh, but you have to see as a family if it makes sense. I saw you in Radhadesh. Bruno, you were an enlightened soul. You were so inspired. So you had made such deep experiences in that place that I heard, we only greeted each other briefly because of so many people were there, but I heard that in your discussions afterwards, you reflected about these experiences. So we forget these experiences and surround ourselves with memories of our visit in Disneyland and other, it doesn't have to be that, anything, and so on. But we have made very good experiences, but they get covered over. So when I'm also, I'm not an enlightened soul, so sometimes it happens that my skeptical mind takes over. I see things as an observer and I smile. Oh yeah, they still have a long way to go, and so on. And then I get also, I have other models of thinking. I become, what if there is no soul? What if this is just an imagination, which the Upbuild people propagate? The mind can think anything, Maybe I should just read the newspapers, not the Bhagavad Gita. It can go any path, really. But there were these moments of absolute clarity, and they felt better than the moments of doubt. They felt better, and therefore our mind should go back to these. That is a very doable definition of faith, I found. I couldn't express it so succinctly. I read it this morning, but this is what I have been doing all of these years. Okay, in the language which I use, okay, now I'm a little in Maya, I'm covered over, but I remember. And isn't the life about these type of memories? These are our jewels, these are our treasures. These are the things which we can see as a groundwork for our own house of bhakti. I was very, very amazed when my spiritual masters answered this question. I told you before, how do we know that Krishna is God? And so he asked us the question. And then his students said, Prabhupada, we know that Krishna is God because you told us. And we have faith in you and we see you. And Prabhupada said, I may be just an old man from India who talks some folklore, how do you know? Then the disciple said, well, Krishna says so in the Bhagavad Gita. Aham adi hidevanam, everything comes from me, and so on. And Prabhupada just cut him short. Krishna may say so many things. How do you know? The question was not, how do you believe that Krishna is God? Belief is not as difficult as knowing, How do you know? And then he said, it's by the experience, which that tells you. When I hear Michael, whose language is very known to me, we took a bath with Vipin in the ice-cold water of the Himalayan mountains in the Ganga. And once you have done this with someone, you are bound to him for life, It was a very blissful experience. It was so cold for me, but then I felt that it was a different, it was tickling and energizing. So anyways, if I hear the voice of Michael, which from the kitchen, I may not see him, but I know he's there. I have an experience that tells me he must be here, fresh from Japan. The experiences on the devotional path, they are what teaches you, what gives you confidence. Ultimately, bhakti is all about experiences. It's not just speaking a philosophy. Remember when I said the mind is not the best instrument to capture and grasp that which lies beyond the mind. Yeah? So it's the spiritual experiences that come when you participate in the activities of bhakti that bear in themselves the Shakti of the spiritual energy. An example. This is cold iron, but if I hold it in the fire long enough, it becomes fiery, and if I would put it somewhere, it would burn straw or anything. So in the same way as fireized iron carries the fire, bhakti carries the divine energy or the divine potency, and it gives you an experience that you cannot deny, where you say, wow, that was what my soul has been looking for. Wow. And you remember it, your words fall short in trying to describe it, because again, it's not within your experience in this world, and language is formed, from experience. You don't have a word for something that was never seen before. So yes, these are fireized activities, and we will do one just now coming after your lunch prasadam. This question which our Bruno has asked is very important, my dear everyone. It's very important that we put this question in front of us and find a satisfying answer for that satisfies our conscience, our and all these, our conscience and our soul. Good. I'm now, I'm in this problem. I want to go section by section. So if I start now a new subject, lunch is there. How do you know?
I saw it come in.
I
Experience.
Yes, experience.
I can't forget it. Thank you. So we will take a break for lunch, but just before we do, anyone who has not registered for today, it's very important that you please do so now through the Upbuild website. Look for the mantra meditation retreat. Please kindly do so. There is also a fee just to cover the cost of this event, and it will be very helpful. We really appreciate it. Thank you. So we have some time. I think we will return in an hour, yes?
Good. But
Yes.
let me see. Yes. What?
1 hour.
Yeah.
So 1:10. 2:10. Should we say?
Please. Yes.
Yeah. So there will be a buffet style. You can make your own plate. It's in the back there in the kitchen. Please feel free and relaxed and connect with one another as you are inspired. And we'll be back in 1 hour at 2:10 promptly to begin. Thank you.
Nice to see you. How was your meal? Was it nourishing and delicious, hopefully? Or was it a little bit too hot? No? It's all right. So I thought we should start a very, very interesting after the lunch program. I would like you to get up, please, and then we will walk in those areas of the room that are not with chairs, right? We will, sorry, we will just walk. No, and when you hear this sign, you please stop. So just walk up and down, move a little, and yes. By the way, this is very good for Ayurveda. It says 100 steps must be taken after the meal. Then you have a digestion that is extremely healthy. If you can walk a little bit more faster, please. And even still faster, you will see it will make, yes, very good. When you hear the sound of the bell, please stop wherever you are at that moment. Good. Now, please find the person who is next to you. He could be 10 meters away, 5 meters, 50 centimeters. Just who's next? I know some of us are introvert and afraid of this. Don't be afraid. It is very good for you. Anyone found? Everyone found? Good. Rasanat, who's your person next to you? Julia. Oh, yeah. Or the other. Yes. Now, imagine that person who's just next to you is someone you see and meet for the first time. Somehow, you stopped and you began to talk. He said, "Where are you coming from?" And you said, "Well, I was just in this mantra meditation session." Oh, mantra meditation. I'm so interested in mantra meditation. I don't have any background, but could you please tell me what you learned in that mantra meditation workshop? It is called an elevator pitch, no? But maybe, I don't know, how long does it take in the Empire State Building? 5 minutes, perhaps? Let us say 5 minutes. You really, he's eager. As if his spiritual life is dependent on it. He looks at you. He doesn't want to hear, "Oh, it was very nice." He will ask, "What was nice about it?" He doesn't want to hear, "Oh, it was very this or that." He wants to know how it was, and more than anything, what you took with you. It doesn't need to be something you heard from your facilitator. It can be something that turned up in your mind. Please start now. In the Bhakti tradition, there is one very nice Sanskrit word for spiritual practice. It's called upasana. Upasana means to sit, not to sit, asana, upa, near to the object of your meditation, to be, so to say, in the presence. And I thought this is very important because I will introduce to you one bhakti tradition that is that we learned yesterday. It is mantra upasana, worshipping by using the mantra. I will request Krishna to show us the little drawing which is there for you. I'm not the best temple, but best painter, but this is a faithful copy, architecturally very exact with all the measurements of the Haridev temple in Vrindavan, where you see the vertical lines. That's a staircase that brings you into a large room. It is, by the way, inhabited by many pigeons. Then you go over a threshold, into a smaller room, and finally you move forward. And in the green room, you don't walk into it. You just stand outside and look at the altar deities. Walking into the Haridev temple, and for that matter, any temple in the Bhakti tradition, is a form of upasana. You're supposed to first bring your body there, that's in the big hall. You are leaving the shoes where the staircase is, because dirt should stay outside of the temple. Also, if there are conversations, or if you are on FaceTime, you stop that because you will now focus on a divine encounter. Wow. Rasana is already smiling. He is ready. Then you go on. You come into the second room, the room of the mind. Here you start to already focus. You may say some prayers. You could perhaps sit somewhere and read some instructions. And then finally you come, I would love to have a, exactly here. Please, you are best situated on your chair. You come here. Aha, you have a... It is just at the entrance of your heart. Here are the divinities. I have not tried to, to make you laugh with my inadept ways of painting. And you focus on them. The worst problem in any spiritual practice is that it's done mechanic. This problem reoccurs because usually there is great emphasis on repetition in spiritual practice. You do the things all over, counting on the purifying effect that it has on the mirror of your mind. So repetition is good, but there is also a danger that your mind says, I know it, I have the story, and you switch off. This is the main problem which I see in the process of mantra upasana. In my life, And because I'm a retreat facilitator, I see it in the life of many. Fortunately, it can be avoided if you know what to do. So you put your body straight, or you engage your body, your mind, and then you focus with some devotional feelings to enter into this room of the spiritual heart. I would like to do this exercise with you in regards to chanting the holy name. I think there is Siddhartha somewhere who's an accomplished kirtan leader. So you will, good. So we will align now body, mind and heart. First of all, sit please properly without taking help of the supporting portion of the chair. What is this called, please? The back. The back. The backrest. No, you sit on your own strength. Let us do a few just deep breathing exercises. What we can do is Bhastika Pranayam, but in a different way. We go up on an inhale. Oh, good. And down. We clench our fists together and we somehow bang our arms against the rib cage, not in a violent way, in a pleasing way. No? So get ready for your Bhastika Pranayama. It's ideally done not directly after eating, but we are in New York. We are adapting to time, place, and circumstances. If you have a healthy, relaxed, almost infectious smile on your lips, that is good, because we will energize us into happy mode. You might by now feel that it is not the easiest thing for your arm muscles, no? But you are pilgrims, no problem. So we will accelerate. And even more. And now we will do 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and rest. Bring your hands now to rest on your upper thigh, I think it's called, and then let us just feel into the body what has happened. We will sing the Maha Mantra now. We will be very focused to pronounce the mantra with the body and listen to the mantra. And the next thing is we will be very focused with our mind. We will be bringing it back whenever it wanders, and more than anything, try to be in the present moment, not the past, not the future. And for the heart, I will read you a prayer so you can chant in this prayerful mood. Accept me, my Lord. Accept me this time. Let these orphaned days that passed without you be forgotten. I have wandered, following voices that drew me, yet led me nowhere. Now let me sit in peace, and listen to your words in the silence of my heart. Do not turn away your face from the dark secrets in my heart, but burn them until they are alight with your fire. Whenever you need to make a body check, please do so while you sing. Is your pronunciation clear? When you need to do a mind check, do that. Heart check, do it. And see where the mantra will bring you when you chant it in this mood of upasana, being close to Ishvara. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare one more time, please, all of us, let's sing. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. last time, all of us together, please. Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so very much. I think that was just the right thing to do after a fulfilling and satisfying lunch. This idea of upasana, mantra is an upasana, it's a meditation and a worship, is very, very, very telling. See, when we do worship, we don't bring loud shop music into the temple. That has to stay outside. The loud, blaring loudspeakers for which India is so famous, really, for, that has to stay outside. Any dirt has to stay outside. We are dressing in a way that is respectful. Perhaps we look, is this okay? My dress, and so on. And then we use our body really in worship. We are reciting the mantras. Sometimes we can dance and say Haribol, and then we move on with our mind, taking, the mind will follow our order, but after some time it will go astray and it will fall from the order. But that's like this is not a problem. As long as you get back to the mantra. Consider the example of driving with a bicycle. When you have not yet learned it very nicely, you will for sure fall from the bicycle, and if not fall, the bicycle will come out of balance and you have to use your feet to stand on the ground and catch yourself. But that is not a difficulty as long as you go back again on the settle and continue with your rhythmic foot movements. Then you will certainly attain the goal eventually. And so this upasana, this idea, is extremely helpful. It is very traditional, and it rests on a very interesting philosophical principle. This is described in the ancient Upanishad. Yata yatopaset tat eva bhavantiti. As one worships and meditates now, so one becomes later. Beautiful, no? Your worship and meditation, which you do now, will prepare your future destination. In the Bhagavad Gita, we also find a verse, God Krishna will find it for us, 8.6, Yang Yang Vapi Smarang Bhavam, which describes how your thoughts will transmorph into a physical reality. There is the shloka, it's often recited, whatever state of being one remembers when he quits his body, O son of Kunti, that state he will attain without fail. And whatever at the end of his life, when he quits his body, and whoever at the end of his life quits his body, remembering me alone, at once attains my nature. Certainly of this is no doubt. So this is the Bhakti Upasana. I'm reminded humorously in India, Vrindavan, it is said that there was a rich landowner who suddenly felt death approaching very near. So he assembled all his sons around the bed because and the sons all came because it was known that the father, who was a little bit hesitant to spend money, had saved a large family treasure somewhere, and it was expected, of course, that now at his deathbed he would pass on the information where he had buried the treasure. So all the friends and the sons came around the bed where the man struggled to speak. He had, due to an illness, I don't know what it was, a problem to speak and pronounce something. So he went, yes, Father, talk, we are here and hear everything. He could not really talk. All of a sudden, however, his eyes fell on a calf who was eating a broom which stood nearby. These brooms in India are made from natural fibers, and yes, if you're very hungry, I guess you can find some pleasure in it, eating it. So the calf was eating the straw broom, and the man suddenly spoke. "You fools," he said to his sons. "Look at that, look there." And he pointed at the calf, and the sons said, what, Father? There's a calf, but there's no treasure. "No, look there. What do you see?" "Father, we don't see the treasure." "You will just squander everything. You don't even take care of the brooms." And this thought of saving money, you could also call it stingy, was with him at the last moment of his life here. No thought of Krishna, no thought of kindness to his family member, just resentment, bitterness, disappointment, and anxiety. What would happen with the accumulated wealth in the future? So unfortunately, many of us are rooted with our thoughts in similar understandings, and therefore, unfortunately, we are not present to the spiritual reality. That Father on the deathbed should be our warning. If we are at the moment of death absorbed in hoarding money and being anxious, how will it be used by the next generation? And if we have not moved on, then yes, we will be reborn, perhaps in this household, where we will become a servant, perhaps who takes care that nothing is squandered, So, whatever you think of at the moment of death, that is where you will go. Sada tat bhava bhavita. This life is a training school for good thoughts. On a daily basis, my dear everyone, investigate a little bit. What are you thinking about? And if you do not, if you feel there is room for improvement, I will point you to that practice which we had discussed, to read daily. No? I have so much good experience with this, and it is said in the tradition. So as you do this, you will come to what is called a steady stream of identical thoughts that are fixed on Krishna. Dhyana, or real meditation, also mantra meditation, means a stream of identical thoughts fixed on the object of your meditation. The example has been given of, taking a vessel with good oil. When you pour it out of the vessel, the oil will come over the edge of the cup, and in a steady stream, unbroken, it will move towards the earth. This is how your chanting should be. It should not be interrupted. I was thinking of this today. We were in the car to this venue, and we had to leave early, and we had not yet completed our daily mantra upasana, and I wanted to chant in the car, but all the time something caught my attention. Who built the Empire State Building? Why? What else? Who lives here? What is the history of New York? The New York Library. Is my book in there? And so on. I was absorbed in the here and now, and I could see this is not ideal. It is said in the old traditional texts, you should not chant mantra on a moving bullock cart. So I think it relates also to a moving car. It should be peaceful. You should make a practice out of this. So, the last thing on this is, when you chant a mantra, it's very good if you have an understanding. We will chant now a few mantras. I will chant them before, and I will show you something. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om, please. Namo Narayanaya. 3 times all together. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. And 2 more times, please. Om Namo Narayanaya. And last time. Om Namo Narayanaya. Beautiful. So this sound of the mantra is independently powerful. However, if you practice the little technique called mantrata chintanam, being aware of the meaning of the mantra, it has more power. In fact, when you're not aware of the meaning of the mantra, your chanting could lose power and become weak. However, if you are knowing the deity of the mantra, the personality who's invoked, and link your consciousness with him, then the mantra can transport you there. Have you ever seen a perfect kendo archer in Japan doing his amazing skill? I think, no, Patsy, you are not from Japan, isn't it?
No, Taiwan.
Taiwan, also good. In Japan, I have seen, I was never in Japan, but I have seen a video clip about this this master, kendo master, and his art is very reminiscent. It reminds us, in other words, of perfect mantra chanting. What the master will do is he picks up his bows already in a meditative mood, then he pulls the string, and then he does not just take aim, but he connects his consciousness with the target. It's a little bit more than just taking aim. And if he is successful to do so completely, removing all other thoughts out of the way, mostly two things happen. The string of the bow sings a beautiful song as it swipes through the air, like this, and better. And also the arrow usually is coming there. So in mantra chanting, it's the same. Your consciousness is projected or transfixed on the jeweiligen, I'm missing the English word, on the specific deity whom you invocate. This is, by the way, a good technique in spiritual life. There was an old man once who wanted to climb the Himalayan mountains, not in a crazy mountain climbing, but by the trodden pilgrim paths. When he arrived at the Himalayas, it was raining. In New York English, you would say cats and dogs. And it was raining, so a man who was in the toll station before the mountain pass started said, "Oh, old man, come and spend the monsoon time with me in this little hut. We can burn good wood and have nice conversations. This is too dangerous for you to climb the mountain during the monsoon time, where raging storms and showers of water sweep the mountain." And the old man said, "Young man, my mind is already at the goal. It has reached already Badrinath, the pilgrimage place high up the Himalayas. Now my body will follow automatically." This is the power of what we speak here, fixing your consciousness on the deity, on the divinity whose name you're chanting. And then the mantra will act like that bow that transports the arrow certainly and easily and without effort to the goal. This is a stark reminder for all the mantra chanters who are sitting with us to look at the practice and perhaps overhaul it where it needs some correction and overhauling. Let's not forget, this is a bhakti sadhana. It's called an upasana, meditation and worship, and it does work if we focus our mind on the goal of our practice. Then we reach there easily. For this, it is important that chanters get an understanding of the meaning of the mantra. And that's a whole subject in itself. I want to now silently look at the wristwatch. Oh God, I can't believe something is wrong with me. I'm so much in time. That is not true. I want to now open the forum for any possible questions so far, and then I want to bring everything to a surprising close. Oh, I'm so happy that I remember my closure.
So, a lot of today has been speaking about the mind and the function, or like the ability to calm it and bring it close, both in a mechanical way and also through the bhakti process. And in this diagram, also, there's the body, the mind, and the heart. In the Bhagavad Gita, there's also this statement that the intelligence is superior to the mind. I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on the role of the intelligence in all of the things that you've mentioned.
In all of this, yeah. It's it's a question of the respective function, you know. Mind has one function, intelligence has a different function. It's really the mind where everything arrives. It's like the big container of life, and the intelligence, when it is strong, is meant to make selections between what is good on the long run and what is good on the short run. The mind can't do this. It will just grab like the monkey after something. But the intelligence can tell you, oh, this is not good, Siddhartha. I'm on a way to doom at the moment. And it can stop you. Yes. So intelligence needs to be strengthened, really. And the strength is particularly visible when it can distinguish between long-term benefit and small benefit. You might see that whenever you eat, and there is a delicious preparation, I would say, idli with samba, and it's so good. And it's the mind would say, "This is our chance." And now you're a poor student or poor worker in the computer firm. Let me indulge myself. No? The intelligence then kicks in and says, "No. When you eat 20 idlis, then you will be dysfunctional." No? But the mind has finally South Indian dishes. In America, they don't know to cook like we do in Madras, So
I have a question.
yes.
There's something very enchanting about the example you gave, the metaphor of bringing the mind to the goal, and having that vision that, okay, now that my mind is already there, my body will follow. But how do you do that in a way that is not contaminated with arrogance? How is it real confidence and not false confidence? Where do you make that distinction and be on solid ground?
Thank you very much. In spiritual life, there are 4 items you need to understand. One is sadhya, sadhya, the goal. Then it is the sadhana, the spiritual practice that brings you there. Then it's the sadhaka, that's you, the one who practices, or the practitioner. These are 3. And then it's the sadhu, who instructs you in this. So when you are aware of these 4 things, perhaps not always, but from time to time, you think, what is this sadhya? What is the goal of all this? Then you will not be sidetracked by the many allurements that happen on the spiritual path. Followers, money, buildings, Instagram, craziness, appreciation, and so on. So the sadhya is necessary, and then the sadhana, the spiritual practice, and you need to also understand yourself. Therefore, the question of identity is so important, and then have good connection with sadhus, with devotees or spiritualists or saintly people who encourage you. When you stay in this four, oh my God, quadrangle. If you stay in this quadrangle, you are safe. You're not so easily prone to be overwhelmed by pride. Especially, when there are sadhus around, they will say, Hari Prasad, we can understand your excitement, but please calm down, like that. Yeah. Oh, my dear everyone, everything is so much a science, and I would like to now be super practical. I will lose all of you if I continue here. I will now speak about relationship makers and relationship breakers. Oh. For, for spiritual life, it is so good if you can have a sangha of like-minded people, and in that sangha there are few things that will enhance your spirituality, that will make the sangha or the association a wonderful landing place and a place of encouragement. What do you think, Rasanath? Is that a good subject? Yeah, I think so. As this is my final gift to you, but I'm thinking now, we are sitting already for such a long time here, and what do you think if we make a short pause and then we go to the last session, relationship makers and relationship breakers? Coming attraction, beep, 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 beep. Sadhaka. That is the practitioner. And then the sadhu. Good. So I suggest we meet sometimes at 3:30. Yes? Yeah. Maybe 3:35. We have just eaten our lunch, so 5 more minutes. See you very soon. Haribol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So, we have changed a little bit the schedule. We wanted to see if there is something like a takeaway, something that you could take with you and then do a regular practice starting from tomorrow, when you are not, hopefully not so sleep deprived, but I think we can come home today at a relatively early time, not like yesterday, isn't it? Yeah, so my dear friends and all of you, one can best share what is most dear to one's heart. One has the greatest eagerness to share that, and I must tell you that my path to spiritual life was not easy until I made a decision. I had been perhaps 20 years on the spiritual path, but nothing significant had changed in my heart. I had remained attached to certain things, you know, the normal things, not so ugly as, but still there, anchors to material life. And I decided to give it one more try and went to India to find out if there was anything I had missed in the spiritual practice. And then I would try to find an answer to this and then continue with renewed vigor and determination. So I went and I asked a few saintly personalities who at that time were still on the planet. They have all left the planet. And I asked them this question: what is the best form of sadhaka, of spiritual practice for me, and how should I do it in your opinion? And it was interesting. After discussing with me for a little while, they said it would be the japa meditation. Japa meditation is something which you do ideally in the early morning hours, where you chant the mantra in a way that is audible for yourself. That is like this. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. And you do this for any extent of time, which you can measure by something like this, a mala it's called. You have for each mantra one beat, and then you complete 108 such malas, and that is one round. So you can fix 2 rounds, 4 rounds. I would recommend a doable number of rounds, and do that. And now you will see, as you do this regularly, there is something that happens. There is the divine other who listens to your chanting, and he takes it, if you want, into his heart, and then sends all this japa back to you as almost like rain that helps you to grow. You know, a grain field, you can see. Your field is like a grain field, and the whispering rain which is sent, the grace from above, that helps you to grow. So I have then immediately when it was clear what I should do, I took to it with rigor. I rented for an entire month some accommodation. My first accommodation was in a deserted castle, I know. And the room which I used was previously in the possession of the Monkey King. Yes, in that castle, there used to be a king or a superior leader of the monkeys who had the say on all the other monkey chieftains in that area. And I went into this room which used to belong to him, and he was so angry at me, and I didn't know at that time that it was his room. So we had I remember sometimes on the corridors, I met him, and he was not pleased with me. And I said, "What have I done to you?" I brought bananas for him. Nothing of. He was chased out of his quarters by me. The New York building office had decided differently. So I remember that, but eventually he calmed down. He found something new in the forest, I think, and I stayed there every day just chanting japa more or less the whole day. And I can say when I left for Germany, when the time went over, I knew by experience what I had to do. And since this time, I'm giving japa retreats all over the world. I just had one in New Vrindavan in West Virginia, in the hills of the Hillybillies. And yes, I think I even learned a song from them. I'm giving one annual retreat in Radhadesh where several of you, I think 22,
We came as 25 people total from Upbuild.
25 people from Upbuild came, and we had a wonderful time together with demonstrations and all kinds of things. And I would really like to renew the memory of this in some of your cases, or introduce this practice for you new, or refreshen it for all of you who are chanting it, are doing this, but who need a refresher. Is this good? Usually this is done with mala, as I said, but I must say I forgot to organize the malas because I was not really sure if I could go so far with you, but judging from how it went, I think you are definitely ready. It's not an inappropriate, or it just fits. So you can chant also without beats. If you want to have something like a device, you can go with. Some of you are getting beads, no? Wonderful. Some of you have beads. Good. Who of you has no japamala? Please raise your hand. No problem at all. You can have a counting device by, look at this, counting the fields of your finger. You start in the middle of the right, what is this called? Index? What? Ring finger. Hari bol. And then you go Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Then you count here, you go down, and you jump over to the little finger, then you go up the little finger through the fields, and like this, I think you see it, you will have 10 times the Mahamantra. Would you do me a favor and count? Start in the middle field of the middle finger, and then go down and go to the left side, and then on the top of the fingers go back. Okay? So sometimes we have people who have 6 or 7 fingers, so then we have to. Yeah. In Afghanistan, I've seen many. Yeah. These are 10 fields. Yes. Okay. One moment. Would you like to try, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay? Yes. Edward is doing the maths. Yes. This is an aid to focus your concentration. Beads are usually doing it, but the finger fields can also do it. So I request you, we will all chant it together, and I will from time to time give you instructions that has to do with this diagram. Yes? remember, we are first calming the mind and doing what is called mana samharanam. We bring the mind from its various subject matters to the task, and then we just hear it outside. So 1, 2, 3. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare We all chant in one voice. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare So yes, this repeated chanting in a type of flow is highly recommended. It is like the Ganga, there's a comparison, a metaphor that is directed over the mind, which has accumulated so many impressions, and then as you chant, well, the Ganga water will all clean or purify or sanctify the mind. It's good if you make this a regular session. Best is in the early morning before you start everything else. You sit down. Perhaps you have at home something like an altar place, a clean place. It should be an undisturbed place that is special for you. Why more in the morning? Yeah, because the atmosphere is still so quiet, relatively quiet, but perhaps more important, your mind is still so fresh. It has not been overlaid with so many other activities that may preoccupy the mind. So what you do is you can, I think, obtain a japa mala from Hariprasad and Rasanath. It is very affordable, it's really affordable. And then you start after the head beat and go. Head beat is this thing here. Let me show you. Actually, I should not show it to you. I'm told that the japa is very confidential, private, personal practice, but this is the head beat just for you. And you start from there, and then you complete one. Don't be considered with speed at the beginning. Just consider the quality of your chanting. So you start after the head beat, then you go one time around, and when you arrive again, you have completed 108 mantras and one round. That is one round. Then from there, where you have arrived, you again chant around, and you might say, why do we count this? It's to engage all the senses. When the touch, when everything is engaged, hearing, pronunciation, and also touch, the concentration can be much more higher. The absorption can be much more higher. Chant the mantra softly and distinct. Don't become irritated when you go in a Hare Krishna temple. They usually chant it loud and indistinct. That is because they have given a promise, the monks, to finish a certain amount of rounds. There's just so much to do in the day, but it's not ideal. That's one of the advantages when you're at home. You can chant peacefully and so on. In the beginning, one round will take between 6 and 8 minutes and 15 minutes or 18 minutes. But then as you become more accustomed, you will enter that stream of identical sounds, and it will carry you. What is the main principle is just to listen attentively and then let the mantra do its work. Let the mantra do. Let go and let the mantra do its work. It's a wonderful and very powerful practice, and it can be easily done alone at home in your sacred space. And ideal is, as I said, after you have come out of the restroom where you have refreshed yourself, and then sit down and do this practice. My dear everyone, there is so much benefit. I owe everything to this process. But I must say, I needed to learn it properly. There is this one challenge that because you do it regularly each day, you can do it like an airplane pilot. You can put it on automatic pilot, and then the whole connection with the mind and heart gets lost, and it's only at, here my new word, a traversity. Travesty, yeah. Not so good, I must say, yes. So this is let me allow you to change. Please allow me to change to my other subject. On the path of bhakti, sangha or association is always mentioned as something very, very congenial. Association means to walk with someone 7 steps. Then it's an association, but in a spiritual life, it means, they say in India that you have walked with me 7 steps, we are friends. I doubt that this is happening, but there's a saying like this. In spiritual life, you should have build a real sangha, a real community that can encourage you, that can inspire you. It is said we have a few energy centers in our body, and one is in the heart. So when I associate with someone who has, if you so want, the same frequency, the same purposes, the same desires, then his heart will send powerful signals of inspiration. It's even said the heart is a more powerful thing than the brain. There's so much more going on in terms of emotional movements and so on. So Sangha is the association of the heart, and there are, I gave this program in London, there are relationship makers and relationship breakers. I must admit, I took the basic idea from one person from America called Stephen Covey, but I have spiritualized it a little bit. Is that all right? Yes. This idea is that between, you have an emotional bank account between all your people with whom you associate. Sometimes because you have made deposits in this emotional bank account, the account is very high, and it can easily survive withdrawals. But when there are too many withdrawals in that emotional bank account, which you may have with a friend or with your wife and so on, then even a little thing is a straw that breaks the camel's back. So you must know how to deposit in your relationship with someone, and you must carefully see when your withdrawals exceed the deposits. It's really like Manhattan Chase Bank. It's not. The concept is like very like this. So a deposit which you can deposit in your relationship with someone is to understand the individual, to listen to his desires, to be aware of his concerns or her concerns, to hear what is not spoken, but what is hinted at. Keshava Maharaj gave a very nice example. There was a mathematic teacher who trained a little boy in mathematics. So he said, one apple and one apple is two apples. You understand? Yes, the child said, one apple and one apple is two apples. Now the teacher asked, how much is one orange plus one orange? And the child said, 3 orange. The teacher said, how? 1 plus 1 equals to 2. But you say now that if you take oranges, 1 plus 1 equals 3. Your intelligence is retarded. Let me take one cherry and add another cherry. How many cherries? 2 cherries, said the child. Okay, we're on the right track here. 1 banana plus 1 banana. How many? 2 bananas. 1 orange plus 1 orange. How many oranges? 3. The teacher was at the end of his wits. He said, how can you say it? And the child said, because I came with an orange in my lunch packet, so therefore there are 3. Sweet intelligence of children, no? Teacher formed an opinion without listening to the creative, sweet mind of the little child. And this happens very often in relationships. We don't listen, we don't inquire why the other person came to the conclusion they came to. If we would just stop and say, why did you arrive at that conclusion, we would hear novel things which we have not seen. So the first deposit is understanding the individual. But a withdrawal is to impose and to advise without being asked. Now, I must say, I have done this a lot in the past. You know, usually people come to ask some spiritual advice to me, and often it has to be given in a short time because there are many people in the waiting queue. And so when I'm with someone, I'm already tuned into just listening listening a little bit, and then, oh yes, I heard this before. This is your advice. But the advice is an imposing advice. I was not asked for this. This is very often seen in overly zealous people of spiritual movements. They think they have the answer to everyone and everything, and often give unasked advices. No, so understanding the individual first, and then not imposing or advising without having been asked is the first deposit. The next deposit is keeping commitment and promises. I must say, I don't know how to drive, so usually someone who is a driver was with me all the time to go to various places. And I had one driver who was very young, and he was always very hungry. He had been a sports person, and he had an amazing good form of digestion. And because I was older, I didn't have such a need to eat so often and so completely. we had just finished a long tour through Austria, and I said, and an invitation came to Switzerland for 5 programs, and I said, can you please drive there and we add this? I know we wanted to go to our home base after Austria, but can we please come? So he said yes, and I knew when he said yes, I would have to show my affection to him. I said, you know, you're doing so much service, you're sacrificing so much. I would like to invite you at the end of the year to go to Vrindavan with me. I will pay your ticket and we will have a wonderful pilgrimage. So the end of the year came, but then came invitations, I think to America or anywhere. And I couldn't go, and I had forgotten that I had given this promise. That was what broke the relationship. He said, you are not following up on your promises, and therefore I will not be able to stay with you. I saw his point, and I was very sorry, but it was such a withdrawal in our relationship that I had given a sincere promise and then forgotten it, that really I could have requested, almost demanded this of him, but I saw this not the appropriate time, because relationships are like porcelain. Once they're broken, they can't be stuck together so easily. So keeping commitments and promises is like arriving on time, returning, making phone calls promptly when you have promised to give them, or if you are unable, then write a WhatsApp message and can we please speak tomorrow at 9 o'clock or something, and not breaking promises, which are withdrawals. When a relationship is very good, when there are many deposits, then withdrawals are no problem. Everyone understands. Yeah, I understand you. You are just trying to serve and so on. But when you have made already too many withdrawals, then bang, it is good. The third thing which I have here is attending to the little things. It's a small kindness. You give something to someone. You're doing something that you don't have to do. You are saying when the person has birthday and you come to know about it, you sing that little song which we all know. Does someone have birthday today? Betsy? No?
Pragya.
What?
Pragya. She's not here today.
Okay, then we can't sing it. So doing these little things, we can do it anyways. Isn't it? We can Paragya.
She was here last night.
Yeah, so let's do it and send it to her. Radha Bhakti. But Radha Bhakti will put a phone conversation. You will see, she will remember this at the end of her life. So, 1, 2. But by the way, there are 2 lines. Happy birthday to you. And then there is, may you attain love of Godhead. Yeah, love of Godhead. Something spiritual, not just. So, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Pragya. Happy Happy birthday to you. May you attain love of God. May you attain love of Godhead. May you attain love of Godhead. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Haribo. These are called attending to the little things, the small kindnesses, doing something you don't have to do. The withdrawal would be forgetting to show that the other matters. You have to show it. My dear husbands, marriage could have been saved if you would just have brought a bouquet of roses. Yes. Then, the fourth is showing personal integrity. No bad backtalk. Honesty. That is very important. When you are with people, don't talk bad about them when they are not there. They will feel it. They will hear it. It's a violation of universal principles. When there's something that needs to be addressed, do it always in their presence, not in their absence. The withdrawal would be being manipulative, lying, and cheating. And the last I have is apologizing for mistakes. This simple practice to apologize when you make a mistake will eradicate the mistake and the heartburn which the mistake may have caused. You just say, I'm sorry, I was not in my best days. I don't know what came over me, and so on. The verses is when you make mistake and you ignore that you made mistakes, but still worther is, what most of us do, we defend our mistakes. I had to make this mistake because of so and so. The message which this sends to the other person is that you don't regret having done it. No, you don't own the responsibility. You shift it to circumstances. No? So these are by now well known in human society, but I thought to bring them to your attention because especially in spiritual relationships, is so much power to mend wounds, to give directions, to provide, here's a new word, a holding context, like a harbor where someone can be and be taken care and feel at home, and he wants to stay there, and so on. This is not very difficult. It's not really a matter of the gift. I have told a little while ago, I had a friend who's no longer with us. When he found out that I was in the hospital suffering from sepsis, he sent me from Hong Kong a little Casio gimmick. Is it called gimmick? Device, yes, device. It was one of the things you can play music on it, you can type on it, you can calculate on it, you can stand on your head with it. It was a all-around device, and something I would never use in a lifetime because I'm not so technical. And so on. But when I received the gift, I had tears because it carried the love of my friend. And I carried that Casio super do everything device with me for 5 long years, and I don't have a lot of luggage because, as I said, it carried the love of my friend. Relationships are immaterial. The real investments have to be immaterial. It's attention, it's being present, it's listen to the other with empathy, it's on arriving and showing up on time. It's the small kindnesses, doing what you don't have to do, and no bad talk. There's a little girl in our community. I used to give lectures for the little children, and this girl was brilliant. And I said to the girl, I would say I will take you with me to Radhadesh when we have a Radhadesh kirtan. And the little girl grew up, became a well-reputed artist, and she always says to me, "You promised to take me to Radhadesh when I was a child, and you didn't take me." Oh, can we go now? No, now it's too late. I have no time for this. I have to produce art. So I always feel it's good and very rewarding to be a relationship builder. And I think any movement or institution or community, that was the word I looked for, any community is only as good as the relationships are, because it's when the relationships are good that we feel at home there. And I want to congratulate you. I have seen that both Rasanath and Hariprasad and Michael and Sipi and Vipin and everyone invests in this relationship idea. And they have the idea that let us be a community, and that should shine outside, that should manifest or be visible in our various programs and so on. And I want to congratulate you very much. Therefore, I wanted to end with this relationship builders and relationship relationship breakers. What do you think? It's something to consider, no? It's a small little discipline. When you go through life, I would say all of us go after the retreat is over to home. We see perhaps our partner, or we see people, and so on, and we can stop a little and talk with them. It goes a very, very long way. Where I live, there are people who who would never talk to a Hare Krishna devotee because they are so they are land folks. They listen to the television all the time. But since many years, whenever I see them, I greet them. I ask for the well-being of their dogs and the things they are concerned, and I do it because I know that is where they have their attention. So why not ask there? It's not in a condescending way, and I'm known as the strange author there, and the monk in this area, but they all love me. Yes, they know they have seen my good colors in my dhoti. They're very good, and they know I'm a monk. I think they appreciate the colors, and they know I'm different, but they love me. I think when I should die, they will all cry on on the graveyard, because yes, it is little things which are good, and it's also good for your spiritual growing. See, sometimes in spiritual life there is something which I could call spiritual selfishness. It's actually a contradiction in terms, but people are thinking so much about their advancement, their progress, and so on, and become very selfish and hard-hearted. And therefore, this idea of relationship makers and breakers is very good. If you thought it was nice, you can come and take a photographic shot from my notebook. I think you will be able to read my handwriting. It is in quite good order here, so you can come. This is what I wanted to say at the very end of our program. Now I have to secretly look here. So I think we should go in the question and answer sessions, no? And then comments. Should we perhaps just give our minds a little pause and sing with the Go Krishna Bhajan band? Yeah, good. This time I will ask Go Krishna, because my voice is really not for very good.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One last time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you, for singing so devotedly. I would like to end this program with an encouragement. Sometimes we may feel uncertain about our spiritual progress. How will it be possible for me? But if you keep on asking the right question, there will be a reciprocation from the divine end. There's a beautiful little narration. It concerns Bandhu, a little boy who lived near Navadvip. His parents had unfortunately died, an unfortunate and sudden death, and he was orphaned. So he went from his village to the bigger town of Navadvip, where he met a sadhu, and the sadhu told him, listen, if you're orphaned, there is still one person who will take care of you, who will not let you go. It's Krishna. So from that moment, the little boy asked everyone who looked a little bit like a sadhu, where is Krishna? So people on the street answered in various ways, but mostly they said, it's not so easy, but they say that those who go to the holy pilgrimage town, Vrindavan, will certainly meet Krishna without any difficulty. So Bandhu thought to go, but it was a long way, I think 3,000 kilometers, and he was not sure if he could do that alone. So what he was advised was he went to the marketplace and checked for pilgrimage groups who would leave the town Navadvip and then take the arduous journey by foot to Vrindavan. And soon he found one group that said, okay, in 1 week be here, we are going together. And so he then, in 1 week from that time, joined this pilgrim group, this group of pilgrims, and went with them all the way to Vrindavan. And when he arrived, when he saw the sign, I'm not even sure if he could read, but then he said goodbye to the other pilgrims, and he visited the various temples, and he asked everywhere, where is Krishna? How can I find him? Finally, a person said, a little boy, it's not so easy. It is said that the creator of the world, Brahma, and the destroyer of the world look for him in vain. You can perhaps meet and see him when you get training from a spiritual teacher. Bandhu was immediately in for that, and he was directed to a place called Shringavad in Vrindavan, where there was an older man with his wife. They had cows, and Bandhu took care of the cows and learned every morning a passage from the sacred scripture from that old man. So one day, Bandhu had grown a little older. He went with his cows, or the cows of his Guruji, to the banks of the Yamuna. And he herded them there. And all of a sudden, he heard on the other side the mellifluous sound of flutes. Soft sound of flutes. But he saw nothing. But he had distinctly heard the flute. So next day he came to that exact same spot. This time he saw something more. On the opposite side of the Yamuna, he saw a herd of the most beautiful cows walking and raising dust with their hooves. And he again heard the mind-enchanting sound of various flutes. Then the scene disappeared. Bandhu knew, I'm onto something. So he came back the next day, and this time, in addition to the sound and the dust cloud, he saw wonderful cows, big cows, prancing about, dancing, and so on. Bandhu was fascinated. And then, as he was just trying to go over the Yamuna, there was a ford in the river, you could go. The scene disappeared as quickly and magical as it had appeared. The next day, Bandhu again was there. This time he saw the divine darshan. He saw Krishna and Balaram playing on their flutes and the cowherd boys accompanying them and dancing, and the whole atmosphere, my dear everyone, transformed into a scene that was not from this world. And I will try to describe it to you in English. The only word I know in English is translucent. The atmosphere was translucent. Is that an English word? It is an English word. Good. And ecstatic. there was a soft light glowing, and what was more, waves of a pleasure was coming from that scene that totally melted his heart and made him forget everything else. He ran over the Yamuna, it was knee deep, and he ran, came out, and as he approached this mystical scene, the boy with a bluish complexion smiled so enchantingly. Then he retraced his footprints and disappeared. Bandu came again and again, and finally he broke through that barrier that separates the spiritual world from the material world. He was pulled through this barrier, and he would go every day and spend time with Krishna. But this was not ordinary time spending. It was so blissful, so absolutely transcendent, beyond everything. It was, there were many things which he saw in the atmosphere. He became, that one day Krishna said, Bandhu, tomorrow we will have a feast. Please tell your mother, or your mother-in-law, not mother-in-law, your nursing mother, she should cook something and bring it on an ox cart. So Bandhu brought a cartload of exquisite food after convincing his, how do you say, what is this? It's not the real mother, but it's something like the mother. What? Foster mother, the foster mother. So he brought this cartload of food, and they all ate the food. Now the next day, Krishna, he was driving it to the climax. He was saying to Bandhu, tomorrow is a special day. Srimati Radharani will cook, and you should bring not food, but the ingredients for cooking. So Bandhu went home and told his mother, we need ingredients for cooking. Srimati Radharani will cook for Krishna Balaram. And the wife of that very good old elderly guru said, my Bandhu is exploited here. He's told a story and he should bring food and so on. So as he was not willing, she told her husband, and the husband said, let's cook something, and then I will come along and maybe I will see something. What Bandhu is explaining. So the guru came along, and Bandhu said, do you hear the flute sound? The elderly man who had put his whole life on the scale just to see and have darshan of Krishna said, no, I see only the banks of the Yamuna and nothing on it. But there's a flute song. And Bandhu became totally excited. He drove the ox cart, it came through the river, and the old man didn't see anything. Then the old man started to also walk through the river to catch up with Bandhu. In the meantime, Bandhu was out of his mind, out of his heart, running to the sweet embrace of Krishna, the Lord of his life. And he and he was overwhelmed with ecstatic symptoms like stuttering of the voice, profuse perspiration and tears, and the man, the guru, saw all this and thought, wow, my student has extraordinary symptoms of ecstasy. He must see something. So he ran, but I don't see anything. And as he was running, he was a little elderly. He came to a stone. He called out, Bandhu, 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 and then stumbled across the stone. So Krishna at that moment saw that the guru of his dear friend Bandhu was going to crash to the floor and perhaps break bones. He was elderly. So he ran and he caught the guru just before he was hitting the grounds for a bone-breaking experience. And for that little moment, the guru could see the face of Krishna. Hare Krishna. I want to tell you this ancient story before my voice goes, because if you sincerely search, if you sincerely do your bit to show your eagerness in actions and so on, there will be, there must be, there shall be, there is certainly a reaction from the spiritual world. And although these things are very high, they play out in the realm of divine love, it will come to you, it will melt your heart, and then you will know, finally, I am home. This is something which is there in the Bhakti tradition. So, I thank you very much. Now we have to see, I will have to look at the wristwatch here. What do you suggest? Do you have some questions? It's nice if we have some, it's good feature, the ocean of meditation. Yes, my arranger, Radha Bhakti.
Thank you so much for today. It's been wonderful. Today and also in other meditation retreats, I notice we talk about relationships, we talk about forgiveness. Can you speak a little bit about the relationship between relationships and meditation?
Yeah. See, when you enter a meditation, you come to a place where you see the equality of all beings and not so much the difference. That is magical. You know, in my situation, I have to travel a lot. I meet many people, and some of the meetings are challenging, I have to say. And sometimes I take the difficult situation with me home and into my bed. That I try to avoid, but sometimes it happens. So latest in the morning, when I do my spiritual practice, I see the situation which I have with someone and his attitude which he may have in a total different way from a distance, and I first of all understand them better, and I'm not so much nitpicking, not so. I prefer to look to what is unifying us, to what separates us, and it comes by meditation. In the morning, in that morning program, forgiveness is born, and it spills into the day. But when I don't have the time to engage in genuine spiritual practice, because there's just so much happening, I see my tolerance level goes down, and Hare Krishna. I remember once I was doing a very difficult process in Bhakti, I was circumambulating a sacred mountain by making obeisances. So when I had paid my obeisances, one Indian gentleman threw peanuts, not for my nourishment, but for the monkeys. And all the monkeys piled on me, and they... Have you ever smelled the behind of a monkey from close? Oh, don't try, it makes you faint. It was just so off. And I was thinking bugs and infections, and my life is finished now. As the monkeys were scrambling on me and chasing after the peanuts. So I looked to that Indian man, or to that man, doesn't have to be an Indian man, a man, and asked, why do you do this? And he looked at me and with great enthusiasm and glee said, monkey seva, service to the monkeys. At that time, my tolerance level had been, I thought, how can he, how can he make so much inconvenience to me? How can he be so irresponsible and call that service to the monkeys of Govardhan? That is spiritual bypassing. This man needs a good consultation. And I was just going to give it to him. Then I noted, I'm here in a spiritual activities, and I should not ruin everything by an ego-driven response. And I said, I could catch myself and said, yes, monkey seva, and I thought I'm the monkey, who had to learn something. But this amount of tolerance was only possible due to the spiritual practice. Otherwise, my North German Viking ego would have run to get a sword that was forged in the volcanoes of Asgard and so on. A little humor, but you don't laugh any longer. So that tolerance, that ability to tolerance is an inner strength. It means you can take yourself out of a situation and look anew. You have a lot of opportunity to practice tolerance in New York. A lot. When you drive a car, for instance, wow, the New York style of driving is quite charismatic. Anyone else? Bruno, you have always the best question. No, not now. No, if Bruno doesn't have, then it would be a silent aggressiveness to put the microphone in.
When it comes to the emotional bank account, I find myself, as spiritual bypassing has just come up, sometimes artificially saying, oh, well, I'm not this body, you are not this body, let's not have such a meaningless conversation. And I know that's wrong, but I don't know how to find the middle between the two things. Being attached to the relationship or being artificially detached from the relationship in a way that's not, very clearly not spiritual.
Learn the contact sport of proper communication. I'm often in this situation, especially in America. People talk to me in ways they are used to talk. And I said, can we please talk about spiritual matters? But then they are offended. So I have to, better is I wait, let him talk, and then, oh, I remember something. And then come in, which might catch your fancy and interest. I use very good words, and then they are willing to listen, perhaps. You have to, in communications, it's like a ping pong game. If you give a ball which the other cannot catch, that's not good. You have to find what can he catch, to have a meaningful exchange. If you go in a subject that is strange or foreign or unusual for them, you have to wait until they are interested. Like they will say, for instance, by the way, what are you up to? Oh, then I say, what I am up to? Yeah, and then I say, I'm a monk, and blah, blah, blah. And then I start in this way. But if I would start immediately, they would, rightfully, I'm also not happy when someone just imposes upon me. No? So rightfully. So you have to learn that. Be a little courageous. Enter communications like you enter a sport. In the beginning, you are not so good, but as your communication muscles grow, it will be a very beneficial situation.
Minty and then.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. It's been really such a wonderful class today and yesterday. My question has to do with, we talked about identity today and how we're not the body and we're the soul. And so my question is, and something I'm struggling with is that it makes sense that we're not the body and we're the soul, but when I'm chanting or when I'm sitting with myself, I'm finding it hard to really see that soul in me, in that I see myself as a light sometimes, or it's difficult to really sit with what the soul looks like, to kind of give up the external body, especially if you're in physical pain. So I was wondering if you could provide guidance on how to go deeper into understanding that you are the soul, and especially chanting from that place, even knowing that you are a part and parcel of divinity.
I will talk mostly in my answer to everyone here. Identity has to be found in 3 areas, not just one, because you need to function in the world. You still have a life to live. So the first, someone who looks for his identity needs to search for is what is known in Sanskrit as Swadharma, his purpose in life as he is now, as the body. For instance, to give you a hint, I was thinking that I'm a CEO of the German railway, because my father is one of the 24. But then I understood I'm a terrible manager, as a person. I'm more a philosopher. Prabhupada had helped me to discover this. So the identity stands on a tripod. First is as you are now, then you must have an ethical life, compassionate life towards others, and then comes the identity in relationship with God. And all these are standing on a tripod. Three things are necessary. In India, we have this tripods, and then a jug of crystal clear water on it, covered with a clay plate, so that the mosquitoes and anything doesn't fall into. And together, these 3 legs hold the pot up. So your dharma, your purpose, is held up by 3 factors. What you are meant to do, perhaps you are an artist or a writer, then you are what you are meant to do in relationship to others, how to behave with others, and finally, in relationship to God. Do you all agree we are complex living beings? There are many things in us, many, which need to be addressed. Basically, three: body, our relationship to others, and God. Yeah. So to have this all don't worry, it will come clear. Sorry, clear. I have one formula which has brought me through life all these years. I try my best. Krishna does the rest. You're not alone on the bhakti path. There are some things you cannot figure out so easily, and they will be shown or revealed in due course of time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anshul.
The most confused with the most questions. A couple of weeks ago, I went to Yogaville in Virginia, and the group there was helping explain their philosophy of what they do at the ashram. And they talked about the yoga side, which was around purifying the mind and the body and preparing for a connection with consciousness or God. But what was interesting is when they look at the divine, they had a lotus temple there and a recognition of all of the different religions, of Christ, of Buddha, of Allah. And they didn't have a differentiation in the path of bhakti or devotion. Our focus here is very much around Lord Krishna ji. And I'm curious how you reflect on Christianity or the Muslim faith or the Buddhist faith, which do their bhakti or devotion to another God, and how you reflect on this versus that journey. Is there a comparison? Is there something right for someone depending on who they are or their context? And just any thought on that, please.
Krishna speaks in the Gita about a very cosmic accepting paradigm. He says, all living beings follow my path. When we talk of Krishna, we don't mean just a sectarian god of a Hindu faith. We speak of that one who appears in many faces and with many names. And other faiths should be encouraged on their path. They are trying their best according to their understanding, and they should never be discouraged, or there should never be a squibble, difficult discussion. No, my path is true. No, your path is not true. It's not the sign of a spiritual person. A spiritual person knows everyone is drawn according to their sincerity, also where they stand in the on the ladder of universal development, and therefore it is whatever path is there is good for them. If it is a bona fide path, and if it is not bona fide, when there are no, there are things which are the same: not lying, not cheating, no violence, no manipulation, no no stealing, and so on. These are universal principles, but if they are kept, they come in the pattern, then very good, very good. Only when some accidents happen, which are bound to happen, then one can say, well, look here, this, can I help you to correct that, or if there is time, Yeah. It's very important. There is a statement that followers of different paths should never quarrel amongst themselves about that. God goes away because he sees them. I'm the same. They try this way, the others try that way, and now my followers are quarreling. This is not good. So Good. I think then we are done, more or less, and we will ask Hari Prasad, who has always good words, a very educated language you have, to speak about, to round this up, to complete it. And once again, I thank you so much for being present, for staying all this while. You were extremely tolerant, maybe because you knew that there's something to eat for you. I'm joking, just joking. It was a genuine pleasure. I will take a photo with me in my mind and take it with me on the airplane and remember all of you.
Very, very grateful to Sacinandana Swami for gracing us with this entire day and giving so much wisdom, so much depth, and also making it digestible for us so that we can take these sacred practices into our lives. Please let us remember that we didn't come here to hear interesting things, though there are many interesting things that we heard. We came here to apply them, to really contemplate and actively integrate them into our lives. That we cannot afford to forget. That will do justice to the day. We all invested a lot of good time and energy, and we made spiritual deposits in our relationship with ourselves, with God, with each other, with Sacinandana Swami. Let us make good on those deposits. So that really starts now, that we think, okay, how did I change? What am I going to integrate now? So I really, really encourage you to reflect and to make something happen in a thoughtful way, not in an impulsive way, not in a way where it's like, okay, well, that thing is there, okay, I'll do this. But be very considerate. What is really speaking to you from a deep place? What is demanding more attention? And how can you apply? And one very simple but absolutely essential thing is the practice for which we came here to do, mantra meditation, and especially japa, which is the individualized practice. Kirtan we come together for, and we need those experiences. They're very profound and uplifting. They enliven our devotional life, our spiritual life. But our requirement, as we heard from Sacinandana Swami, to really advance on an ongoing basis is japa. It's that one-on-one relationship time with God. So we got a wonderful tutorial and many experiences to heighten our practice of japa for those who are already practicing. Again, if you're not practicing, it's high time. This will do wonders, no doubt, no doubt. Sacinandana Swami shared about his transformation. I can tell you it's transformed my life completely thanks to him. And it is the basis of Upbuild. I can't emphasize that enough. All of us here, we are here because of mantra meditation, and certainly the basis of that being japa. So please, please take this to heart, and anything that we can do to serve you and to support you on your journey together is a tremendous honor. We will have a little time to connect with Sacinandana Swami, to connect with each other, so you can take your time before you take off. And we're so grateful for all of your showing up, your presence, your spirit. We can't wait for more. Thank you so much. And thank you for everybody who made this happen.